Chapter 358. This woman appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, which was the most beautiful and mature period of a woman's life. It could be said that she was in her golden age and was in full bloom. Chu Feng's heart was moved. This age didn't quite match the time when descenders appeared. She was indeed extremely beautiful. When she wasn't smiling, she was a bit cold and elegant, causing people to not dare to get close or blaspheme her. She was transcendent, ethereal, and otherworldly, with a hint of otherworldliness. But when she smiled, such as now, her eyes were bright and limpid. Her red lips were incomparably beautiful, and her pearly white teeth were sparkling. Her snow-white neck, towering breasts, and slender waist were no longer otherworldly and had lost her immortal aura. She was like a demoness banished to the mortal world with an enchanting aura. Her figure was superb. She was dressed in a retro style, and her curvaceous figure was very tall. She wouldn't be short even if she stood next to Chu Feng. Even though she was surrounded by beautiful women, she still stood out like a crane among chickens. She stood amidst a group of beauties. Her charm was extremely outstanding, and her brilliance was hard to conceal. Even though there were many beauties around her, they still couldn't obscure her radiance. Meeting is fate. Naturally, we're friends, Chu Feng replied to the girl beside him. At the same time, he nodded and smiled at Princess Lin in the distance. Our Princess Lin doesn't just want to get to know you. She wants to be your confidant and closest friend, the girl beside him said with a smile. Chu Feng was speechless. He glanced back at her and saw a teasing expression in her eyes. However, it didn't seem like she was joking, and her words were both true and false. She introduced herself as Zhou Yun. Her looks were also quite outstanding, on the same level as Su Mei. She could also be considered a rare beauty and was somewhat sexy. However, when compared to Princess Lin, both Zhou Yun and the slightly envious Su Mei paled in comparison, unable to shine. There was a certain kind of woman that others were not suited to stand beside. Otherwise, their original beauty would be overshadowed. Let's go. Princess Lin wants to get to know you. Don't get stage fright. Apparently, Zhou Yun had a good relationship with Princess Lin. She wasn't afraid of her beauty being overshadowed and led Chu Feng over. Chu Feng didn't have any stage fright, so he followed her naturally. The people in the surroundings glanced sideways and revealed astonished expressions. This was especially true for those corporate scions. They had come with a purpose, but the results so far weren't good. Now, Chu Feng was actually invited by the most dazzling woman. This made them speechless, and some of them were extremely jealous. This was a mountainous region, so naturally there were thorny forests and ravines. The group of special youths was standing on a high ground some distance away. There was a ravine in the middle, and it was easy for evolvers to cross. However, it was too difficult for Chu Feng to fall from the King Realm at the moment. After arriving here, Zhou Yun stepped forward lightly, leaping hundreds of meters in a single leap. She directly soared into the air and crossed the ravine, leaving Chu Feng there with a chuckle. You have to come by yourself, she said with a smile. At this time, many people on the high ground glanced over. There were descender scions as well as corporate scions, and all of them wore peculiar expressions. Some were judging, some were mocking, some were laughing mischievously, and some were frowning. All of them were staring at Chu Feng, waiting to see his performance. That Princess Lin was rather calm. Her smile was as sweet as ever, and at this moment, she was like a passionate demoness. She beckoned him over. Chu Feng was speechless. What was this situation? Didn't she know his path of evolution had been interrupted? What was the meaning of this? Idiot, Princess Lin is testing you. Think of a way to come over, Zhou Yun reminded him telepathically. Chu Feng glanced askance at the people in front of him. He had been stared at by the toad recently, and it seemed to have infected him. The group of youngsters on the other side was watching the show and rejoicing in his misfortune. After hearing Zhou Yun's words, Chu Feng didn't say anything else and simply waved at the distant toad. It was quite unwilling and dilly-dallying as it approached. On the high ground, the descender scions all laughed. Even the corporate scions were speechless. The former demon King Chu. Could you be any more unconventional? You summon a toad. Although they had already heard of this, some people still found it ridiculous. It was simply too laughable. On the other hand, there were also young ladies from the corporate powers who sighed with complicated expressions. Even though their fathers had been suppressed by Chu Feng, he was indeed dazzling and dazzling during that period. He had once attracted the attention of some young ladies, and even though their standpoints were different, there were still some who admired him. Now, after seeing his current appearance, some of the young ladies secretly shook their heads. There was pity, regret, and even relief. It was as though they had let go of something in their hearts. Croak! The toad tilted its head and glanced sideways at Chu Feng, not giving him any face at all. Thump! Chu Feng gave it a kick and said, "What kind of look is that? You have no eyesight at all. Carry me over." He directly arrived on the toad's back and had it jump over. At this moment, some Descender Scions finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some of the corporate Scions didn't try to hide it. They shook their heads and broke into laughter. They felt that the once glorious Demon King Chu was gone forever. Such a proud person was now riding a toad. It was too lamentable. At this time, even Linoi, who was standing in the distance and had only greeted Chu Feng with a nod, was sighing as she looked over. "Brother Chu, do you want me to go over and pick you up?" Qi Sheng asked. He was a descendant of the Preaching Research Institute, and also Qi Honglin's eldest grandson. Back then, he was the one who stirred up trouble in Shuntian by instigating the marine race expert White Dragon to deal with Chu Feng. In the end, his grandfather had no choice but to stand up for him and deliver the jade containing the demon flood dragon fist. "Thank you, but no need." Chu Feng shook his head. He was fairly calm and didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. But the toad couldn't stand it because the group of people on the other side were looking down at them with smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were mocking them. "You have eyes but can't see. I'm a saint beast with divine blood flowing within me. I'm destined to dominate the starry skies and look down on all races. What the hell are you laughing at?" The toad's curses were, of course, nothing but croaks in the people's ears. This Brother Chu is really different. Another person shook his head and laughed. On the other hand, Princess Lin was quite calm and didn't show any unusual expression. She seemed quite interested as she watched Chu Feng and the toad. "Crow!" The toad cursed loudly. "What are you shouting about? You're so noisy." "Jump over quickly," said Chu Feng. He stood on the toad's back and stomped on it. With a swoosh, the toad leapt up and rushed over the ravine as though he were riding the clouds. "Steady, don't throw me down. I have acrophobia." Chu Feng hammered the toad in the air and reminded it loudly. "Huh." Many people below broke into laughter. This was especially true for the corporate Scions. Their eyes were glowing because they felt that Chu Feng was too shameful. Although he had been invited by Princess Lin, his current appearance would surely reduce his points. The toad rolled its eyes and cursed inwardly. "You won't die even if I throw you down from tens of thousands of meters. What a shameful act of youth." However, it had no choice but to submit. Its limbs glowed and gushed with energy. It landed lightly without any violent tremors because it was afraid that Chu Feng would beat it up afterward. As a divine beast, it had been beaten so badly by the lowest race in its eyes that it was afraid of being beaten up. It was difficult to estimate just how big the shadow in its heart was. Sometimes, the toad wondered whether it was a divine beast and why it couldn't beat that shameless, despicable, and shameless human brat. Doubtlessly, the falling toad and Chu Feng became the focus of everyone's attention. Not only were the youths on this highland looking at them, but those behind them were also paying attention. "Not bad. You've made progress. As expected of a divine beast." Chu Feng got up and patted the toad's shoulder as he came down. The toad was about to burst into tears. "Damn your grandpa. Isn't it easy for a majestic divine beast to do this?" Some people on this highland sneered because they couldn't hold it in any longer. "Brother Chu, is it a divine beast?" A Descender's descendant smiled. Even though he knew he shouldn't offend Chu Feng and should rope in this kind of domain researcher, he still couldn't hold it in. "This is truly A rare divine beast, said a corporate descendant. The toad looked at everyone with slanted eyes. The group was speechless because this toad's expression was too repulsive. It didn't look them in the eye and was looking down on them. It would be fine if you were a divine beast, but isn't this just a toad? Chu Feng said calmly. I named it a divine beast. Yes, it's also called a divine beast. Could it be any more senseless? Many people wanted to look down on him. How could a toad be worthy of such a name? Some people burst into laughter. Even Zhou Yun couldn't help but laugh. Even though she was the one who introduced Chu Feng, she still wanted to laugh, even though she felt that her performance wasn't very kind. Only Princess Lin didn't laugh. She walked forward with a calm expression on her face. She revealed an odd expression and asked, It's called a divine beast, and also a divine beast? It had to be said that she was really tall and graceful. She was almost as tall as Chu Feng when she got closer. She was like a divine lotus in full bloom, slender and elegant. After hearing this, the toad puffed up its belly and stood up with its hands clasped behind its back. It once again put on an arrogant appearance. Yes, let's just call it Little Toad or Little Toad. I'm afraid it'll become arrogant, said Chu Feng as he kicked the glancing toad to one side. Don't be like that. It's about to cry, Princess Lin consoled. The toad's eyes were filled with tears. It had finally met a good person who was actually speaking up for it. It really wanted to come over and rub against Princess Lin's thigh as a sign of friendliness. However, it was being stared at by a group of people, including Chu Feng. Go find your swan and play on the side, warned Chu Feng. You're quite an interesting person. You're quite different from others. Princess Lin smiled as she evaluated him. Her smile could topple cities, and its destructive power was tremendous. The surrounding people were all entranced by her charm, and their eyes were blinded by her charm. Indeed, her smile was no longer ethereal and otherworldly. On the contrary, she was like a demoness with an alluring charm. Even her large, spirited eyes were limpid. This kind of change in temperament was extremely natural. I also feel that I'm quite outstanding and handsome. Chu Feng boasted shamelessly and looked down on the group of heroes. To be more precise, he was imitating the toad and looking at them from the corner of his eyes. Damn, some people wanted to curse. This was too shameless. Who praised themselves like this? Moreover, what was with that look? Why did it look so familiar? Very soon, they understood. Chu Feng had the same conduct as the toad and was looking askance at them. Princess Lin spoke. You're quite confident. You're calm and unruffled while facing descender descendants without any fear of those peculiar gazes. This means that either you're very powerful and look down on them, or your heart is extremely powerful and your temperament is transcendent. This is the quality of an expert. Regardless of which one it is, I admire it. Chu Feng was astonished. This Princess Lin wasn't ordinary. They had only just met, yet she was able to see through so much and capture some essential things from his attitude. This woman was not only beautiful, but also extremely sharp. This caused Chu Feng's heart to skip a beat. Beside him, Zhou Yun said with a smile, That's right. You were very powerful in the past and could look down on many people. Now that you're a domain researcher, you have your own pride. That's why you act as you please and don't care about other people's opinions. Princess Lin only smiled after hearing this, but didn't express her opinion. She only signaled Chu Feng to follow her and continue their journey into the depths of Mount Qinling. Apparently, her charm attracted the attention of those descender descendants. She was extremely charming and attracted much attention. Perhaps only the distant Linoy could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Their temperaments were different, but they were both national goddesses. I feel that you're very special. Amen. I've decided that I'll choose you if I have to date again. At this time, Princess Lin suddenly turned her head and glanced at Chu Feng. Her words seemed quite serious as she sized Chu Feng up in detail and observed his calm and handsome countenance. Even Chu Feng, who had always been calm and confident, was dumbfounded at this moment. He turned back to look at her because this was too sudden and inconceivable. He was sure that he hadn't misheard. This peerless Princess Lin wanted to date him. He wasn't pleasantly surprised, but rather felt it to be absurd. That was because this was too sudden. The two of them didn't know each other and had never seen each other before, let alone understood each other. It was too childish to make such a decision. The corporate scions in the vicinity were all astonished. Apparently, they also found it hard to believe. A wave of uncontrollable jealousy spread from the bottom of their hearts. They had come with a goal in mind, and that was to build a good relationship with the descendants. If they could marry her, their relationship would take a step further, and that would be even more wonderful. Chu Feng had achieved such heaven-defying results as soon as he arrived. This made them feel resentful and hurt. At this time, even Linoy revealed an astonished expression. Her expression was somewhat complicated as she glanced over. She couldn't understand, either. On the other hand, some of the descendants felt relieved and even somewhat understood. Their expressions were different. Some were jealous, some were dissatisfied, and some revealed expressions of mockery. What was the meaning of this? Chu Feng was puzzled because he could see many things from their expressions. Some of these descendants were actually taking joy in his misfortune. I knew it. Princess Lin has found a new prey and is definitely going to fall in love. I'm guessing this relationship will only last for a day. That's too much. I think it'll end in half a day. This time should be quite memorable. This should be the 99th time. It's a very good and auspicious number. Tisk, how can this be called love? Princess Lin is always trying to experience that feeling on a whim, but she hasn't even held hands with anyone before. It's like a hunting game. She wants to experience the various forms of the mortal world. These people were whispering so softly that only they could hear each other. Even the corporate scions who were very close to them couldn't hear them clearly. However, Chu Feng was an exception. His divine instincts were too sharp and could vaguely capture their conversation. He immediately revealed an odd expression. Then, he said to Princess Lin with a smile, "Unfortunately, I don't have any feelings for you. You should find someone else." Zhou Yun was astonished. It was as if this was the first time she had met Chu Feng. There is actually someone who could resist Princess Lin's suspicions and refuse her directly? The other descender scions also revealed astonished expressions. They glanced at Chu Feng, feeling that this had exceeded their expectations, and was extremely astonished. As for the corporate scions, they glanced at each other in dismay. The men were filled with jealousy and hatred, while the women were quite pleased with Chu Feng's refusal. Princess Lin was somewhat delighted because her beauty and elegance had been completely overshadowed by him. Why? Princess Lin asked. She revealed an odd expression and felt that it was quite odd. This was the first time someone had refused her in such a manner. If I don't have any feelings, then I don't have any feelings. It's not like other things that can be obtained with a slight squeeze, Chu Feng replied casually. Scoundrel! Princess Lin spat softly. What are you talking about? Your thoughts are really unhealthy, Chu Feng said calmly. At the same time, he shot a glance at Princess Lin's chest. The group felt defeated by him. Teasing Princess Lin in front of her face, the toad cursed inwardly. This was simply too shameless. It had someone understood the difference between it and Chu Feng. It wasn't shameless enough, which was why it lost every time. Of course, this was its own wishful thinking. Are you really not willing to try dating me? Princess Lin blinked her bright eyes and asked in such a manner. Her beauty was peerless. Before Chu Feng could reply, Zhou Yun whispered, Princess Lin is different from us. Her bloodline is peerlessly powerful, and her potential is astonishing. More importantly, she's a true descender. Don't miss this opportunity. This greatly astonished Chu Feng. What if I have feelings and marry her? Wouldn't that be marrying an alien? Chu Feng blurted out without thinking, causing the group to roll their eyes. That was because there were many descender scions. Moreover, they felt that he was too confident and arrogant. Did he think he could marry her just because he wanted to? What kind of feelings do you think I need? Princess Lin actually asked him. Let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Chu Feng said. That was because he knew that Princess Lin was only hunting. He had heard the discussions of the descender scions just now. Why not? Princess Lin asked. This topic is too profound. Moreover, it's too embarrassing in front of my ex-girlfriend. It won't be a good influence. Chu Feng shrugged. In the distance, Linoy's beautiful face froze after hearing this. Her emotions were somewhat complicated after seeing Chu Feng speak so calmly. She could see that Chu Feng wasn't the least bit embarrassed. That's even more interesting, Princess Lin said happily. Her large eyes were glowing with great interest as she pressed Chu Feng on what kind of feelings he needed. Just like this. When you hold my hand, if there are great waves in my heart, a peculiar feeling, a longing, an expectation, then that's a feeling. Chu Feng spoke while holding Princess Lin's soft and fair hand, as if he was demonstrating. The group was flabbergasted. What were they seeing? That fellow was holding Princess Lin's hand. The toad cried out, "Too shameless. You're clearly the one holding someone else's hand, yet you're talking about what will happen when someone else holds your hand." It was one step closer to understanding the disparity between it and Chu Feng. At this time, someone discovered that they had arrived at their destination. Chapter 359. They had arrived at their destination, but Chu Feng was still holding Princess Lin's hand without letting go. "Are you sure we've arrived?" Li Kang asked. "Yes, I came here last time. It should be just up ahead," a middle-aged man from the Preqin Research Institute replied with certainty. "Rest and make your preparations. We'll set out in a while," Li Kang ordered. The group of youngsters' thoughts weren't on the Qinling Pure Land. Instead, they were staring at Chu Feng and Princess Lin. Even now, Chu Feng still hadn't let go of her hand. This Chu Feng is too shameless. He's simply profaning Princess Lin. He's truly a role model for our generation. How enviable, someone muttered. There was no resentment in his eyes. On the contrary, there was a burning passion in his eyes. Some descender descendants had odd expressions. They understood that this youth had been harmed by Princess Lin before. Back then, he thought he could fly side by side with Qi Lin, but in the end, he could only watch from afar in sorrow. There were also some who were angry and had unkind expressions. They stared fixedly ahead, wanting to see what Chu Feng could do and how he would deal with this situation. That was because at this time, Chu Feng was still holding Princess Lin's hand. He was still dawdling and hadn't stopped talking. "Look, I still don't feel anything even though you're holding my hand like this. So, the two of us aren't too suitable," said Chu Feng. The group of people was glaring at him. How could a person be so shameless? It was you who was holding Qi Lin's hand, okay? And you're still acting so narcissistic. He was already taking advantage of her, yet he still dared to boast shamelessly. Some people were furious and secretly blamed Princess Lin for not sending him flying with a slap. Even Zhou Yun couldn't stand it anymore. She sneered and reminded, "Chu Feng, you're holding our Princess Lin's hand, and you're still acting like this. Do you have any shame?" "Too shameless." The group of youngsters nodded in agreement. Many people were furious because none of them had ever held Qi Lin's hand. "A mistake. It should be like this." "Look, this is the correct posture," Chu Feng said. He placed his hand in Qi Lin's hand, and it became like he was being held by someone else. So shameful. Even I feel embarrassed for him. At this time, the toad spoke up and covered its face with its claw, looking extremely ashamed. One had to know that it had never spoken before and had only been croaking. This was the first time it had opened its mouth in front of these people and exposed Chu Feng's shortcomings. Even a toad is ashamed and resentful. Even such a terrible creature can't bear to watch any longer. Just how hateful is this surname Chu? Someone sighed and ridiculed Chu Feng. However, the toad exploded and shouted, "Pretty boy, who are you calling bad? I'm a holy beast. To me, you're a lowly race. Damn you." The fair-skinned young man really wanted to curse like this. He had only pretended to be profound for a while, but he had provoked the attack of this toad. It was really a bit embarrassing. He immediately shut up because it would be even more shameful if he really quarreled with the toad. What an odd combination. What kind of person rides what kind of beast? Another young man said sinisterly. The toad glared at him and said, "Sickly invalid, where's your master? Whoever rides you will be out of luck. Choosing such a repulsive mount like you. I presume your master's taste isn't very good." The group of people was flabbergasted. This toad's mouth was too vicious. Was it trying to anger a living person to death? Its fighting strength was simply off the charts. That feminine man was mainly ridiculing Chu Feng just now and conveniently dragged the toad into it. In the end, it had provoked such an intense counterattack. Moreover, his mouth was so vicious. The implication was that the feminine man was a mount. This was too vile. As expected, the feminine man's eyes became increasingly sinister. His teeth flickered with cold light, and he was surging with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to slap the toad to death. Although some people were dissatisfied with Chu Feng before, it wasn't to the extent of this. But now this feminine man was looking at the toad and then at Chu Feng with an awe-inspiring aura. The toad puffed up its cheeks like a battle toad of its race. Its saliva flew in all directions as it said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome divine beast? A lowly mount like you shouldn't glare at me. You're not a swan. Provoking me won't do you any good." The group of people was dumbfounded. "I'll kill you." The feminine man was infuriated. He was a descendant of a descender and was usually the center of attention wherever he went. But today, he was being cursed and provoked by a toad. This was simply too terrible. "Zhao Chong," Li Kang shouted to stop him. Zhao Chong calmed down and didn't act up again. That was because getting angry at a mount would only make him lose face in the end. He didn't look at the toad and only stared coldly at Chu Feng. At this time, Qi Lin had long since flung Chu Feng's hand away. Her beautiful pupils were flowing with divine radiance as she cast a sidelong glance at Chu Feng and said with a faint smile, "You're quite courageous. This is my strong point." Chu Feng boasted shamelessly with a serious expression. Princess Lin was speechless. She had never seen such a thick-skinned person. Normally, she could be said to be the bright moon among the stars. Even among the descender descendants, she was the absolute center. When had she ever been disrespected like this? "Although I feel that you're very special, I must teach you a lesson for not respecting yourself and treating me so disrespectfully." Qi Lin revealed a spurious smile. Her slender, jade-like hand slapped down on Chu Feng's body. Bang! She patted Chu Feng's shoulder, and an abnormally intense silvery light entered Chu Feng's body, vanishing cleanly in the blink of an eye. In the distance, some people drew in breaths of cold air. Those who understood this method were apprehensive. Very soon, some people were rejoicing in his misfortune. This is the Qi family's wondrous technique. It can sever one's Tao and disintegrate one's path of evolution. It's absolutely terrifying and should be the #1 wondrous technique on Earth. Some people sighed with emotion as they gazed at Chu Feng with a mocking expression. In the distance, Li Changhe, the old woman, and the others didn't stop them. It was as if they were purposely ignoring the youngsters and letting them solve the problem themselves. "Why aren't you apologizing to Princess Lin and asking for her forgiveness?" Zhou Yin said hurriedly. She glared at Chu Feng, telling him to lower his head. It was obvious that she had good intentions. She transmitted her voice and told Chu Feng that this kind of wondrous technique was the most powerful. It could cause one's constitution to deteriorate and the path of evolution to regress. "I'm only giving him a small punishment." "It's no big deal," said Princess Lin. She then smiled at Chu Feng and said, "How do you feel? I can help you recover, but the condition is that you apologize to me." Qi Lin was indeed peerlessly beautiful, and her smile could topple cities. Her beautiful hair hung loosely behind her fair and supple face was full of smiles. There was a kind of peerless charm amidst her flowing eyes. Chu Feng's expression was odd. The little grinding stone absorbed the silvery light after it entered his body and crushed it into energy to replenish his body. If he had to describe a feeling, it would be comfortable as his body was being nourished by the silvery energy. At this moment, he realized how heaven-defying the little grinding stone was. It could transform and attack energy into one's own. It would surely shock the world if news of this got out. Many people were looking at Chu Feng. The corporate descendants were smiling, but they concealed it very well. They really didn't want Chu Feng to win the beauty's hand. As for the descender descendants, they were all watching the show. They believed that Chu Feng was about to suffer greatly. He's already crippled to begin with. What will he become if he drops another realm? Some people sneered. He only has himself to blame. He even dares to take advantage of Princess Lin. How audacious! Another person mocked. However, they stared at Chu Feng again and again, only to find that Chu Feng showed no signs of pain. How do you feel? Qi Lin smiled faintly. What do I feel? What did you do to me? Chu Feng shrugged with a puzzled expression. Don't force yourself. I crippled you by a small realm. If you apologize to me, I'll consider helping you recover, said Qi Lin. Is it because you were holding my hand just now that you gave me this punishment? Chu Feng stared into her beautiful eyes and asked, You're the one who held my hand. Black lines appeared on Princess Lin's forehead. Fine, it's the same. So, if I go one step further and hold your hand for a longer period of time, the punishment will be heavier? Chu Feng asked curiously. Yes. Princess Lin wasn't happy. A cold expression appeared on her country-toppling countenance. Fine, I'll touch a bit more. Give me a few more balls of silver light. I feel quite comfortable. While speaking, Chu Feng had already grabbed Princess Lin's hand and was stroking her wrist. The group of people was petrified and their eyes were wide open. What kind of situation was this? They felt that it was too strange. Did this brat really think this was consumption? Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Princess Lin couldn't hold it in any longer. Her face was completely red. She had never seen such a shameless person. At the same time, she was puzzled. Was the other party really not afraid of death or being crippled? She was a bit annoyed. She shook off Chu Feng's hand and slapped his body 7 times. 7 balls of silver energy poured into Chu Feng's body in an attempt to reduce him to a mortal. In the end, Chu Feng let out a lazy moan as though he was smoking marijuana. His voice was especially trembling, causing people to blush and easily make other associations. So comfortable. I'll keep touching. Give me a few more. Chu Feng grabbed Princess Lin's hand with lightning speed and began to stroke her forearm. Thump! He was flung away by Princess Lin. Qi Lin's face was full of shame and indignation as she turned to leave. She was on the verge of collapse because she had never encountered such a thing. Her heart was full of puzzlement. Why had her family's wondrous art lost its effect? She could see that the fellow was quite comfortable and hadn't been reduced at all. Princess Lin fled. Her pair of beautiful long legs moved about like a fairy, agile and wonderful. The corners of her clothes fluttered about as she fled into the forest. The group was shocked. Qi Lin's family's wondrous art was ineffective against Chu Feng? How was this possible? The Descender Scions and Corporate Scions looked as though they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't imagine that Princess Lin would suffer a setback and flee in shame. Meanwhile, that Chu Feng was completely unaffected. Princess Lin, I've developed some feelings for you. Your constant massage is very comfortable. Within the forest, Qi Lin's white forehead was covered in black lines. She was truly infuriated as she saw it. Many people were her prey as she roamed the world of mortals and experienced the various forms of life. The so-called blind dates and romantic relationships were all part of her game. But today, she was being teased in such an undisguised manner. This was the first time in her life that she was at a disadvantage. Cough. Even Li Kang was alarmed. He walked over and asked what was going on while pretending not to know. Princess Lin asked me to touch her, and then she poured energy into my body. It's very comfortable, Chu Feng replied truthfully. Everyone heard this and once again experienced his shamelessness. Even Toad's mouth was wide open. He was simply too shameless. Princess Lin said in embarrassment, Who told you to touch me? Chu Feng retracted his smile and explained in all seriousness, Perhaps some people have heard that I've been contaminated by the black substance. Any energy that enters my body will be corroded by it and vanish into nothingness. This was tantamount to telling everyone the reason. I've heard of it. That should be the case. Li Kang nodded. All the major corporations knew that Chu Feng's heavenly talents had suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads and breathe. Only after being corroded by the black substance in the Hollow Jade Temple did his path of evolution come to an end? Ha ha. Someone laughed coldly. After understanding the cause and effect, some Descender Science looked at Chu Feng with different gazes. To them, this person was a great treasure. Once he was used up, they would no longer need his knowledge of domains. At that time, they would be able to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness and take away the black substance in his body. Once one reached the golden Arhut level, this kind of thing would become a peerless medicine and a supreme treasure. It could temper one's body and allow one to step onto the divine path in the future. No matter what, it's wrong of you to take liberties with Princess Lin. I'll teach you a lesson in her place, said the feminine man, Zhao Chong. Li Kang's expression sank and was about to berate him. Chu Feng waved his hand and glanced sideways at Zhao Chong. Do you dare fight at the same level? Why are you copying me? Toad glanced sideways at Chu Feng. The group was speechless and didn't know what to say. Zhao Chong sneered with a disdainful expression. You think you're infallible? Do you think you're invincible at the same level? That people like us aren't your match? I can only say you're a frog at the bottom of a well. I can satisfy your wish and suppress my energy to fight at the same level as you. Damn your grandpa. You actually dare call me a frog at the bottom of a well? What kind of analogy are you using? Toad was dissatisfied. Chu Feng glanced at Zhao Chong and said, Very good, you have some guts. Then, he glanced at the group of youngsters and then at Li Kang's group for them to bear witness. The spectators didn't mind things getting out of hand. The group of youngsters was clamoring for them to act quickly. Come, Zhao Chong said. Chu Feng turned back at Toad and said, Why aren't you going? Fight 1,000 rounds with him. Zhao Chong. I hashtag yin hashtag Toad's eyes went wide. Hashtag yin hashtag T. Everyone was speechless at first, but then hashtag yin percent yin. Let's go, senior. I'll go with you to study that cave residence. Chu Feng walked forward and called out to Li Kang. Of course, he ordered Toad to hurry up and fight the opponent before leaving. Toad was indignant. Why did he have to make him fight? In the end, he lost his temper after a glare from Chu Feng. He was afraid of being beaten up afterward. However, he wasn't too happy. He secretly transmitted, Do I need to fight this kind of trash? I guarantee he'll be slapped to death before long. You dare. Chu Feng also warned him telepathically. You must fight 1,000 rounds and then defeat him. Do you want to tire yourself to death by playing with him like this? The Toad wasn't having it. Chu Feng felt that a genius would collapse if he had to fight a Toad for 1,000 rounds. This was his punishment for Zhao Chong. You're too wicked. In the end, Toad compromised. As for Zhao Chong, his eyes were burning. How dare you play him like this? Chapter 360. Zhao Chong's eyes glowed with a blue light. That was an evil flame, and the corners of his eyes and brows were about to ignite. This was intolerable. Chu Feng actually dared to humiliate him like this. In the end, he had to let a Toad fight with him. This was too much. Hey, are you going to follow the rules? We've agreed on a battle at the same level. I'm a king with 3 severed shackles. Come at me if you have the guts. I'll fight 10 of you alone. The Toad provoked. I'll slap you to death. Zhao Chong was furious. He didn't want to follow the rules and felt humiliated. Crow. The Toad turned and ran away at an incredible speed. He used both his hands and feet to quickly catch up to Chu Feng and Li Kang. Senior, are Descender descendants all so untrustworthy? We agreed on a fair battle, but in the end, they're bullying my sacred beast, Chu Feng taunted. To hell with the sacred beast. Also, who is bullying who? The group cursed silently. Apparently, Chu Feng was mocking Zhao Chong on purpose. Zhao Chong, you settle it yourself. Li Kang said solemnly. This unexpected attitude shocked the group of evolvers. It was obvious that Li Kang was quite partial to Chu Feng. Zhao Chong, don't be a sore loser. As a descender, descenders, don't lose face for us. Some of the youths didn't like Zhao Chong and were now throwing stones at him while he was down. Good. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? I'll blast this disgusting Toad to pieces in 3 moves and then find you, Chu Feng, to settle the score. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll kill you directly. No one could stop me. At this point, Zhao Chong glanced at Li Kang and pointed out something. The toad wasn't having it. Grandson, who are you calling disgusting? Blast me to pieces in 3 moves? Damn, do you believe I won't slap you to death with 1 slap? From the back, Chu Feng said to Zhao Chong calmly, if you can defeat my divine beast at the same level, you can do whatever you want of me. This was simply adding fuel to the fire, and it was not a small matter. The group of people all had strange expressions on their faces. They all felt that he was a bit insolent. How could a toad fight against a genius? Zhao Chong was an extremely talented expert among the Descenders, and his strength was absolutely dazzling. You're too cocky. Don't shoot yourself in the foot later. Zhou Yin reminded Chu Feng in a low voice. It's fine. The holy beast I raised is very powerful. That Zhao something definitely won't be able to defeat it. Chu Feng said. He actually couldn't even say the name of his opponent. Everyone was speechless. At the same time, many people silently cursed. Is that mount of yours a saint beast? It's just a toad, yet it dares to be so unrestrained and ostentatious. I guarantee that it will cry in a while. Zhao Chong's eyes began to emit green light, and his body was trembling. He clenched his fists tightly, and he wanted nothing more than to pounce on Chu Feng and blow him up with a punch. However, a toad was standing there, ostentatiously beckoning him to come over. Come, sickly invalid. This grandpa will fight 1,000 rounds with you in a few days. I'll kill you until you piss your pants in terror, the toad provoked. Kill. Zhao Chong attacked. Zhao Chong, we agreed to blow him up in 3 moves. Use your ultimate move as soon as possible, someone shouted. Heavenly Toad Art. First move, Blue Sea, Clear Sky, the toad shouted. The move it shouted had a certain artistic conception to it. However, when people saw the essence of this move, they all stared at each other in a daze. After a while, they decisively retreated out of fear of being affected. That was because the so-called first move of the Heavenly Toad Art, Blue Sea, Clear Sky, consisted of the toad opening its mouth wide and spitting at Zhao Chong. This top-grade toad, is it fighting? Why does it feel like a hoodlum spitting at someone during a quarrel? Someone couldn't help but say. Zhao Chong had a bellyful of anger and was using all his strength to kill the toad. In the end, he saw the torrential rain pouring down and the toad spitting out too much liquid. Pitter-patter, the saliva was like raindrops pouring down in torrents. Zhao Chong looked feminine and had mysophobia. Now, he felt extremely disgusted and quickly retreated. He really didn't want to get even a drop of saliva on him. I'll kill you. Finally, after evading this move, Zhao Chong let out a furious roar and slapped out with a palm of light. The pressure caused the ground to collapse and the nearby mountains to tremble as though they were about to explode. There was an astonishing amount of energy lying dormant within his body. Heavenly Toad Art, second move, great innate Qigong, the toad roared. Its big belly was bulging, and at this moment, it was like rolling thunder. Following which, it opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying stream of air. This was the great innate Qigong it was talking about. It was indeed terrifying. It broke the trees in the surroundings and even sent millstone-sized rocks flying into the air. Zhao Chong flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't want to be struck by the stream of air from the toad's mouth. That was because his mysophobia gave him goosebumps all over. Killing one in 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. This king is just that powerful. Defeated Zhao Chong. Where do you think you're going? Don't run. The toad scuttled over and took the initiative to attack. Zhao Chong was furious. How had he lost? This shameless toad was simply too shameless. In his eyes, it was as shameless as Chu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them finally clashed in a dazzling battle. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed dozens of times and were locked in a fierce battle. 3 moves for moves, 10 moves, 50 moves. Someone shouted from the side, counting the number of moves. The group was astonished and incredulous. The toad blocked Zhao Chong's torrential attacks and was shouting and fighting with all its might. Look at the 51st move of my Heavenly Toad Art, dragon sight in the field. The toad shouted. The group felt dizzy. Was this the toad art or the 18 dragon subduing palms? This toad was also a god. It was ridiculously ferocious and fought with Zhao Chong for dozens of rounds. The more it roared, the more valiant it became. It was simply a marvel. Even Zhou Yun and Princess Lin had their small mouths wide open with expressions of disbelief on their faces. This toad was simply too good at jumping around and fighting Zhao Chong to a standstill. At this time, if one were to ask who was the most uncomfortable, it would definitely be Zhao Chong. He even felt like dying. It was too shameful to fight a toad for such a long time without a clear victor. That was because this was only Chu Feng's mount. More importantly, this disgusting reptile in his eyes was actually on par with him. The promised 3 moves had already far exceeded 30. His face was burning hot, and he really wanted nothing more than to smash his head into the ground. The 101st move of the Heavenly Toad art, the Proud Dragon's Regrets. The toad shouted. Everyone felt dizzy. They were really allergic to the name of this move. It was simply too troublesome. Zhao Chong was about to go crazy and fought with it with all his might. One had to know that the battle had already reached the 101st round, which had far exceeded his expectations. He was truly regretful. There was no glory in fighting this toad to the point of insanity. He would end up in a sorry state, no matter whether he won or lost. Everyone, keep an eye on how many rounds Zhao Chong can no longer hold on and no longer suppress his energy. Someone purposely said to block Zhao Chong's path of retreat. Chu Feng was fairly calm as he walked forward with Li Kang. He wasn't worried about the toad at all because this kind of battle was simply too easy for a divine beast. There was a short mountain up ahead. It was shrouded in auspicious qi and was shorter than the surrounding mountains. Clouds were steaming, and the old pine trees on it were flickering with green light. There was a stone cave at the foot of the mountain. It was suffused with surging purple qi, as if some kind of divine beast was rolling about in joy and wanting to rush out. This was the ancient cave they had discovered before. There used to be divine beast egg skins scattered here, but they had been devoured by flying beasts. Additionally, some people had heard the chanting of scriptures. After arriving at this area, Chu Feng observed it carefully. This is the place, someone said. Apart from Li Kang, there were a few others who had come to investigate this mysterious ancient cave. What a good place, as expected of a place chosen by the heavens. It has condensed the souls of mountains and rivers for tens of thousands of kilometers and created a true dragon soaring into the sky. Chu Feng sighed in admiration. He immediately noticed the draconic qi after arriving here. This cave was simply like a dragon's lair. Chu Feng entered the cave while the others followed cautiously. Although the lighting inside was dim, it wasn't sinister at all. On the contrary, it was divine and suffused with dense energy. Amen, there are domains here. This place isn't simple, said Chu Feng. He knocked around the area and measured the topography of the cave. The inside was very vast and was worth his time to study slowly. In the end, Chu Feng moved a piece of rock away from the ground and buried a few rune-carved magnetic crystals there. Then, he had Li Kang and the others dig the ground. Quick! I'm only temporarily fixing this broken domain in place and stopping the magnetic objects buried underground. You guys quickly find them, urged Chu Feng. In the end, Li Kang and the others followed Chu Feng's instructions and dug up the rocks. They found a few pieces of spiritual jade in a specific location. Good stuff. They can be considered spirit jades. Chu Feng received them and stuffed them into his pristine jade bottle after observing them. It was at this time that the group sensed something different. The terrain in front of them had changed. Lino was also here. She had also come over and didn't watch the battle from afar. Now that she saw Chu Feng break the domain so easily, she was moved. The scenery in front of the cave changed amidst the rumbling sounds. It was completely different. There were no mountain walls or caves. Instead, an ancient land appeared. It looked like a battlefield with corpses and bones lying in disarray. It also looked like a collapsed mountain gate with broken stone mountains. Heavens! Could it be that we've accidentally barged into the mountain gate of an ancient orthodoxy? Even Li Kang was trembling in excitement. Mount Qinling was known as the land chosen by the heavens. It was the dragon vein of ancient China. In the past, it was incomparably glorious. There were too many evolved sects garrisoned here. There were supreme holy lands, immortal temples, and imperial dynasties overlooking the starry skies. It could be said that evolver orthodoxies stood in great numbers during that era. No one knew how many inheritances there were in the entire Mount Qinling. Now, they suspected that the domain was connected to a dilapidated mountain gate. This was also within reason. It would definitely attract everyone's attention. If it were the remains of an imperial dynasty or the headquarters of an evolutionary holy land, then it would definitely cause great waves. "Can we go in?" asked Li Kang. "Let me think about it." Chu Feng stared ahead and didn't dare act rashly. Even he was shocked and excited to see such an ancient land again. After observing for a long while, Chu Feng walked out of the cave with the others following him. "How is it?" someone asked. "We can consider giving it a try, but we'll need to make all sorts of preparations," replied Chu Feng. At this time, the battle in the distance was becoming more and more intense. After hundreds of exchanges, the Toad and Zhao Chong were still locked in battle. It was just that Zhao Chong didn't have the face to see anyone at this point regardless of whether he won or lost. He was so ashamed to fight this Toad to this extent that he wanted to cough up blood. "This Toad of yours is really powerful. It's even more powerful than you. How did you subdue it?" Zhou Yin asked. Apparently, this was Princess Dai Lin's inquiry. "This is my personal charisma. It pledged to follow me to the death as soon as it saw me," Chu Feng said narcissistically with his head raised. The Toad was incomparably resentful after hearing this. To hell with personal charisma. It had been beaten into submission and suppressed forcefully. Otherwise, how could it have followed Chu Feng? "Can we not be so shameless?" Zhou Yin said unhappily. Apparently, she didn't believe him. "I'll tell you the truth. I saved the Toad's life once, so it followed me to repay my kindness." Chu Feng spouted nonsense in all seriousness. "That's more like it." Zhou Yin nodded. She then glanced at the Toad and said, "It knows how to be grateful. It's indeed extraordinary." The Toad almost burst into tears. It really wanted to say, "Grateful my ass." It was beaten up every day and still had to be grateful. Was there any justice in this world? "Toad, didn't you say you were very powerful? We fought for almost 800 exchanges. Why can't you take him down?" Chu Feng asked. Everyone observed a moment of silence for Zhao Chong after hearing this. This was too much of a slap in the face. The main character had arrived and was urging his Toad mount to win as soon as possible. The Toad really wanted to curse. "Weren't you the one who wanted me to fight 1,000 rounds before winning? Work hard to suppress him. We've discovered the ruins of an ancient sect. You'll have to follow me to break the domains in a while." Chu Feng sent out a signal. The Toad's eyes lit up after hearing this. It knew that this was Chu Feng's hint. It was time to end the battle and go to the domains to fish up the items. Heavenly Toad, Art 853 forms. "Great Peng spreads its wings," said the Toad. It slapped its arms and soared into the air, pouncing toward Zhao Chong. Everyone had long since become speechless. Was this still the Toad art? The names of various divine beasts and birds were thrown into the air. After Zhao Chong had evaded this attack, the Toad turned back in midair and shouted, "Heavenly Toad art, proud dragon repents." Thump! It sent Zhao Chong flying with a slap, and blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. After over 800 exchanges, the Toad won. Zhao Chong fainted and fell to the ground. There was absolute silence. The group of people was dumbfounded. A Toad had defeated a Descender's descendant, a true genius. This was like seeing a ghost. "Let's go. We'll go to the ancient sect and look for secret tomes." Chu Feng called out to the Toad and walked toward the cave. A large group of people followed behind. Even Princess Lin arrived quickly and walked together with Chu Feng. Chapter 361. The interior of the cave was extremely spacious, and strands of auspicious chi were seeping out from the entrance. Everyone was looking forward to excavating the ruins left behind by an Evolver sect from the most glorious era. The benefits would be boundless. Brother Chu Feng is truly amazing. You've just arrived, and you've already made such a discovery. How extraordinary! Chi Honglin from the Preqin Research Institute praised with a smile. The others were also moved. Some of them had come here before, but none of them had sensed the battlefield and prehistoric ruins behind the cave. This was the power of a domain researcher. They were able to break through the illusions of this place and open up a path of life and death to reconstruct a true ancient sect space. Old brother is too polite, Chu Feng said with a smile. Chi Honglin's grandson, Qi Sheng, was extremely awkward. Back then, Chu Feng had almost beaten him to death, but now his grandfather was calling Chu Feng brother. This made him feel 2 generations inferior. He shot a glance at the Descender descendants and really hoped that these young king-level entities would cause trouble for Chu Feng. Domain researchers are only the ones who clear the path. In a while, we'll have to rely on you all to display your skills, Qi Sheng whispered to the Descender descendants beside him. That was because he was very unhappy with Chu Feng and hoped that these people would suppress Chu Feng. Little Cheng, don't just stand there. Chu Feng suddenly spoke and kindly reminded Qi Sheng that there were domain runes in that area. Qi Sheng felt as though 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. Being reminded so kindly by his great enemy made him feel 2 generations inferior. As he saw it, this world was truly a damned, gloomy place. Just now, he was still pondering how to sow discord between the Descender descendants and Chu Feng. Now, he wanted nothing more than for them to fight each other. It would be best if there was a bloody conflict. This way, follow me. At this time, someone spoke to him amiably. Qi Sheng originally wanted to thank the person, but when he turned around and saw that it was the toad who had also called him Little Cheng, Qi Sheng's nose almost became crooked from anger. He really wanted to say, "God damn it." Even this toad was acting amiably and taking care of its junior. He felt that the entire world was filled with malice toward him. At this moment, everyone had already entered the cave. They saw the ruins in front of them. Corpses and bones were strewn all over the place. Weapons had been smashed to pieces. There was also a collapsed mountain gate and a broken stone mountain. There was actually such a secret realm behind the domain in the cave. "Can I go in?" A few people's blood boiled. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like a sect, making them feel hope, incomparable longing. There are true dragon pillars there. Could it be an ancient land where an Evolver dynasty is located? Someone blurted out. At the edge of the ruins, there were some thick stone pillars that were still standing. They were very imposing, and there was a kind of royal garden in their grandeur. Don't think too much about it. During that resplendent era, the imperial court of Evolvers was supreme. What they controlled wasn't just a simple domain. They could wage war in the galaxy and suppress ancient stars with life one after another, said Li Kang. During the glorious era of Earth, the sects of Evolvers were extremely powerful. At that time, the imperial court was a top-notch force in the universe. It was incomparably transcendent and could command many stars. After all, during that period, Earth was ranked 11th in the cosmos. Its momentum of growth was simply too fierce and incomparable. So much so that, in the eyes of many entities, the Earth of that era might have charged into the top 10 most powerful energy planets and risen a level higher. Unfortunately, in just a single night, the glory of 10,000 years, the dazzling golden age, all turned to ashes. Many people were observing Chu Feng. That was because the key was whether or not he had the ability to break through the domain runes and lead everyone in. Bring out the magnetic stones. It's best if they're high-grade magnetic crystals, said Chu Feng as he prepared to take action. Very well. I don't have much else, but I do have some high-quality jade stones and magnetic crystals, said Li Kang with a smile. That was because the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave produced a large number of magnetic stones. Many of them were crystalline and ideal materials for deploying domains. Some people came forward to hand over a large pile to Chu Feng. Chu Feng held a scarlet, translucent flying knife in his hand. He quickly carved on the magnetic stones, sending fragments flying in all directions. He was extremely focused and serious. Woof, woof, woof. However, the tranquility was broken when he accidentally injected a bit of energy into it. The flying knife let out a dog's bark which dumbfounded some people. Princess Lin, who was standing beside him, was shocked out of her wits. She thought that a vicious dog had escaped from the ruins. She blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at the flying knife speechlessly. In truth, the others were also shocked just now. They had mistakenly thought that a vicious beast had charged out. Some people knew of Chu Feng's experiences on Mount Tai and revealed odd expressions. Don't be noisy. Chu Feng withdrew his energy and calmed down the bright flying knife. This caused the eyes of some descender descendants to flicker. That was because a flying knife of this quality was absolutely extraordinary and could be considered a secret treasure. That was because it could evolve continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chu Feng quickly took action. He tossed out some magnetic crystals in different directions, causing the ground to glow and interweave into a series of flickering patterns. "How is it?" asked Li Kang. Many people were also watching nervously. Chu Feng said, "Fortunately, there aren't many domains left in the ruins. We can advance for the time being. You guys follow me and don't rush around recklessly." He pondered as he walked. Then he tossed out magnetic crystals continuously to probe the ruins ahead and find a safe path. Just like that, they stepped into the ruins. The energy here is so dense. It's truly extraordinary. People cried out in surprise. That was because the energy density had increased several times after entering this area. Unknowingly, all the pores on one's body had opened up on their own. "What's going on?" "The corpses on the ground are still emitting energy," cried the toad. "There were corpses here. Moreover, there were hundreds of them. Some of them had long since become skeletons, while others were still wrapped in withered old skin. Some of the corpses were emitting energy. Apparently, they were very powerful when they were alive. So much so that some of the corpses contained dangerous radioactive materials. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the ancient evolved beings had reached a level that involved nuclear energy? Could it be that they possessed the power of nuclear energy during their final evolution? Ugh! Some of the young ladies retched and hurriedly closed their pores. They no longer absorbed the energy here because they felt it was very disgusting. Some of the skeletons were actually energy sources. They were emitting black, silver, and ashen energy. Just now, they had been exchanging energy particles with them. The others also felt disgusted. This was truly too much for them to bear. Chu Feng searched around in hopes of finding some useful items. Unfortunately, these powerful evolved beings didn't leave behind any valuable items. Their weapons had all been destroyed. It was obvious that the battle was extremely terrifying. They had self-detonated their energy weapons and destroyed their evolved Vajra bodies. Most of them were badly damaged. Boom! As they approached the mountain gates, Chu Feng tossed out some magnetic crystals in a probing manner. In the end, it triggered a huge explosion. The entire area lit up with dazzling patterns that seemed capable of annihilating all things. Everything would be annihilated once they approached that area. Everyone was terrified. This place was simply too terrifying. The strongest among them, Li Kang and the half-burnt old woman, were all scared out of their wits. That was because they were certain that the energy emitted from the mountain gates was enough to kill them in an instant and turn them into ashes. This is a powerful orthodoxy. It might really be an evolved dynasty. This kind of arrangement is too shocking. Even the remnant domain runes are like this. "It's simply unimaginable during the glorious era," said Li Kang. That was because he had discovered that even the remnant domains here were more powerful than the guardian domains of some of the more powerful planets. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He could naturally sense how terrifying the domains here were. One would immediately be annihilated if they were to enter rashly. Everyone could sense beam after beam of corrosive energy and radioactive elements flying out. This was the embodiment of the ancient evolved being's utilization of energy. At this time, not to mention the others, even the extraterrestrial Li Kang and the old woman were trembling. This wasn't fear, but excitement, because they had found an evolutionary sect at the level of an ancient holy land. The others were also excited and incomparably eager. Once they could kill their way into such a place, there would be boundless benefits. Brother Chu Feng, there's a great fortune here. You must think of a way. If we can enter, we'll become legends. Someone whispered as he gazed at Chu Feng with fervent eyes. Princess Lin's breath was as fragrant as orchids. She whispered into Chu Feng's ears, "This might be the remains of an evolved dynasty. There might be some divine medicine inside that can cure your body. You must work hard." Chu Feng tilted his head and almost brushed his ear against her red lips. She let out a startled cry and took a step back. "I'm a human, not a god. Even a domain master can't break the true location of an evolved dynasty. You guys are making things too difficult for me. I'm a divine beast." The toad declared his existence. Chu Feng really wanted to attack this place. His only hope was to rely on the fact that the domains were badly damaged and had fatal flaws in certain areas. Afterward, he became quiet and began carving densely packed patterns on the ground. This was a sketch he had carved. It was like a river of stars and gave everyone a headache just by looking at it. Chu Feng was observing the terrain and calculating in earnest. He was getting serious and wanted to charge in. In the end, he marked out 36 nodes among the densely packed markings. He began to make preparations and began to carve on the 36 magnetic crystals in earnest. "All right, everyone listen to me. In a while, throw these 36 magnetic crystals at the place I pointed out." Chu Feng pointed to the vicinity of the mountain gate and had everyone memorize those special locations. They were to correspond to the nodes on the sketch. In a while, he would throw in the magnetic crystals and use them to probe the flaws of the mountain gate's domains. Princess Lin, Zhou Yun, Lin Oi, Qi Honglin, Li Kang, and the others all held a magnetic crystal in their hands. They obeyed Chu Feng's instructions and then moved in unison. The 36 magnetic crystals were like 36 chess pieces. They landed on the special nodes on the ground, and, in the blink of an eye, interweaved, dazzling patterns appeared on the area. Chu Feng's eyes erupted with flames as he gazed at the mountain gate. He used his fiery eyes to observe the changes in the domain patterns. Finally, he cried out in delight, "Found it! There's a flaw in the mountain gate. We can go in." The moment he turned back, he saw Princess Lin beside him and immediately felt his eyes burn. That was because, with his fiery eyes, this peerless beauty, who was as tall as him, was completely fair. She was no longer a secret to him. "A sin," Chu Feng muttered. Of course, he still glanced at her unhurriedly while restraining his fiery eyes. Qi Lin felt inexplicably uncomfortable because this fellow's eyes were too evil. She scolded softly, "Where are you looking? Your thoughts are too impure." Chu Feng replied with a deadpan expression. Princess Lin really wanted to beat him up. Afterward, Chu Feng took the lead and walked in with the toad. There were broken mountains and dilapidated mountain gates. There were countless patterns in the vicinity. Chu Feng walked through a winding path and warned everyone not to step in the wrong place. After passing through the mountain gates, there was a wide expanse of flat land. There was no danger for the time being. They walked through the dilapidated land and went deeper in. Very soon, they saw a platform suspended in the air. It hadn't fallen and was still floating there. "A carriage!" The old woman cried out in surprise as she stared at the dilapidated carriage on the stone platform. It had decayed, but was still emitting remnant energy. It was very simple and unadorned. "This is a carriage pulled by quasi-divine beasts. This platform is the parking area." Li Kang's voice was trembling. That was because, according to his and the old woman's explanation, this kind of carriage could travel through the starry skies and move unhindered through the major star domains. It was pulled by mature, quasi-divine beasts. This was the platform for carriages descending from the starry skies. Divine beasts possessed supreme bloodlines and were almost invincible. One of them was enough to sweep through any land and destroy a vital planet. Who would dare to use them to pull a carriage? Generally speaking, a sect that used quasi-divine beasts to pull a carriage could be considered a top-grade sect of evolvers. One could see that some of the stone platforms in this area had long since fallen to the ground, and there were broken chariots among the rocks. This proved that this place was extremely glorious in the past. There were more than one or two quasi-divine beasts pulling carriages. The powerful evolvers here would often roam the starry skies. This is definitely the ruins of an ancient imperial dynasty. Li Kang made this judgment. Chapter 362. A wisp of faint but real fragrance drifted into Chu Feng's nose. The others also sensed it and revealed odd expressions. There's a mutant fruit. They were sure that this was the fragrance of fruit. An extraordinary fruit had ripened. That was because they could smell the fragrance even from such a great distance. This proved that the fruit was extraordinary. That majestic stone platform was suspended in midair. If one were to add the shattered ones on the ground, it would be simply too astonishing. There are a total of 4 platforms. This means that there are at least 4 quasi-divine beasts pulling the chariot, capable of conquering the 4 seas of stars. This is terrifying to the extreme. This must be a 4-star dynasty. Li Kang trembled and felt his scalp go numb. This was definitely the remains of a dynasty. Even his breathing had become hurried. That was because there were no evolver sects of this level on the planet he had come from. Just the thought of it made him yearn for it. He was incomparably excited. The old woman was also taking deep breaths to calm herself down. That was because there were no evolver sects of this level on the planet she had come from. It was truly terrifying. On this declining Earth, just at the Qinling Mountains, one could discover a 4-star dynasty just by casually excavating some ruins. Chu Feng was lost in thought. Li Kang's words were like a dream to him. Conquering the seas of stars and roaming the cosmos. Just how powerful were these evolvers? The sects they established were simply too astonishing. And now, he was only a shackled expert. He was filled with longing and yearning for such a legendary domain. He also felt that it was too foreign and too far away. To him, it was a god, an immortal. But to the ancient evolvers, there was no such concept. They only believed in evolution and that all things had spirits and were constantly transforming. The waters of Earth are truly deep. This place is too terrifying. This dried-up planet is truly unfathomable. The old woman sighed. Doubtlessly, if they were to excavate these ruins and find a well-preserved inheritance, it would definitely surpass many ancient planets with life. This was a great fortune and an unimaginable fortune. Just these ruins alone, if used well, could allow the entities of an ancient planet to undergo a super evolution. They would advance by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the former glory of the mother planet. After thinking of all these possibilities, Li Xinghe, the old woman, and the descendants of the descenders all began to breathe heavily. Their eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Finally, they glanced at Chu Feng and thanked him profusely, inviting him to excavate the ruins. Chu Feng sneered in his heart. These people had revealed killing intent before and wanted to get rid of him of the millstone. They were all coveting of the black substance in his body. Now, after seeing the ruins of an imperial dynasty, they had all become so courteous. How realistic. He had a smile on his face. Even if he was unhappy, he couldn't show it. These people wanted to make use of him, but how could he not want to make use of them? There were quite a few king-level entities in the crowd. They were the best cannon fodder to help him explore the ruins and follow his orders. Above these people were also the best of cannon foof. He of these people of them of. Off many people climbed onto the stone platform and gazed at the starry skies. They sighed in admiration at the power of the ancient dynasty. It was like a divine court that had once suppressed many stars and commanded them. Even Chu Feng was somewhat moved. He had also come up with the help of others. Back in the day, The evolvers here would always enter the cosmos whenever they went out to visit friends. This made him feel that it was inconceivable. Nowadays, technology was so advanced, yet humans had yet to charge out of the solar system and enter the sea of stars. Meanwhile, the ancients from tens of thousands of years ago had already reached this step. This made him feel quite odd. Different paths, different civilizations, but in the end, all roads led to the same destination. They all had to face the deep sea of stars. Later on, they set out toward the area from which the fragrance was wafting. Many people revealed hopeful expressions. This area was somewhat misty, and the energy here was even denser. There were some skeletons on the ground, all of which were emitting bizarre energy substances. This caused people to tremble in fear and not dare approach. Back in the day, a great battle had erupted here. It was fairly terrifying, and some of the evolvers were crippled and died without a complete corpse. Some of them were golden Arhut-level evolvers. The half-burnt old woman sighed as she stared at the glowing bones on the ground. Those were the bones of an unbreakable golden Arhut. Although they were badly damaged, they still possessed that kind of characteristic. In the present age, there were no living beings at this level among the modern people on Earth. Moreover, the current energy environment didn't allow for the existence of such beings. Finally, after going a certain distance, they saw the source of the fruit fragrance. A small tree had taken root in the ruins. Its entire body was purple and glowing with multicolored light. There was a purple apple growing on its branches, and it was precisely this apple that was emitting the fragrance. Many people revealed odd expressions. They really wanted to pick it, but didn't dare approach for fear of the domain runes there. This was a small tree that had taken root in the rubble. It was about the height of a person and looked just like an apple tree. Ah, this fruit is extraordinary. It can help people sever their sixth shackle. Someone said they were all experts, especially the descendants of the descenders. Their eyes were sharp, and they were able to see through the level of the purple apple. At present, it would take some time before a fruit that could help beings sever their seventh shackle would appear on Earth. The world had evolved rapidly after the disappearance of the snowstorm. The mutant fruits didn't break through in terms of quality, but their quantity had increased rapidly. This was the reason why many beings could sever their sixth shackle and overtake others at the bend. Chu Feng transmitted his voice to the toad, telling it that it could go and pick the fruit. The toad didn't say anything. It scuttled over with a swoosh and directly plucked the purple apple. Then it bit off half of it with a loud crunch. "How dare you!" It was at this time that someone roared furiously. They hadn't even reacted when the toad had already taken action. Moreover, it directly devoured the fruit. This caused some people to be shocked and furious. Even though some people had severed their sixth shackle, they still cared a great deal about this fruit because it could strengthen the people around them. "What does that have to do with you?" The toad glanced sideways at a young man with an arrogant expression. It stuffed the fruit into its mouth as it spoke, its mouth full of fragrance. Even Chu Feng felt a wave of heartache. Yet another wondrous fruit had been ruined by the toad. But it was still better than falling into the pockets of those people. At present, he didn't want to fall out with these people over a single fruit. Moreover, the toad was a divine beast. Eating more of this fruit and accumulating enough energy might allow him to break through and become even more powerful. "This is our property. You dare touch it," the young man said coldly with great momentum. These words caused Chu Feng to frown. He immediately said, "That means these ruins are all yours. We might as well withdraw as soon as possible." "Feng Hong, do you know how to speak properly? Have you gotten used to being domineering at home?" "Shut up." Li Kang berated. Qi Lin also revealed an odd expression. "Chu Feng, don't take it to heart. Feng Hong has a younger brother who wants to sever his sixth shackle, but hasn't found a suitable fruit. He's just being impatient." She was exceptionally beautiful. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind, her eyes were flowing, and her skin was fair and lustrous. Her smile contained a kind of alluring beauty that could move one's heart. "Yes," Chu Feng nodded. It was at this time that the toad cried out loudly and rolled about on the ground, shouting that it was about to break through. Of course, it was just an act. It wanted people to believe that its strength had increased greatly after eating the fruit, and that it would be able to beat up even more powerful people in the future. Chu Feng felt that this was fine as well. It would make the toad seem more powerful in an open and above-board manner. Let's go and continue forward. If this is the ruins of an ancient dynasty, then there must be countless fortunes here. There's no need to make a fuss over a single fruit, said Qi Lin. Li Kang smiled and nodded in approval. However, there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Chu Feng could still capture it. His divine instincts were too powerful, and as a divine beast, the toad was naturally extraordinary as well. The two realized that this Li Kang looked friendly and seemed to be standing on Chu Feng's side along the way. But in truth, he didn't approve of him. He was just putting on an act to make use of Chu Feng's attainments and domains. Just a single fruit was enough to make the people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave unable to bear it. If they were to encounter a great fortune, they would definitely exclude Chu Feng and the toad. They advanced several dozen kilometers and approached a mysterious land. That was because there were domains here and they were still operating. The patterns on the ground lit up and were even more concentrated than at the mountain gates. It was at least 10 times more terrifying. Heavens! Everyone drew in breaths of cold air. This result shocked them greatly. They realized that they had arrived at the most important area. This was a top-secret treasure ground of the ancient dynasty. Otherwise, why would they have such arrangements? Doubtlessly, they would have to find the flaws in the domains if they wanted to go in. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through without a domain grandmaster taking action. A great battle had taken place here in the past. Chu Feng could only hope that there would be a safe path to enter after the area had been destroyed. Everyone, this area is very dangerous. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. I'll need the cooperation of some experts, said Chu Feng. He carved runes on the magnetic crystals and then told Li Kang and the others that there might be dangers even if they found a safe path. They needed to verify it repeatedly. Some people's expressions changed. This meant that they needed cannon fodder to take the field. Chu Feng made arrangements here. He ordered people to throw out magnetic crystals and send them into many special areas to probe. He then stared at the terrain and began to carve something on the ground according to the different glowing spots. After a long while, Chu Feng had measured 17 paths. All of them might be safe or dead ends. This put everyone in a difficult position. No one dared to take a step forward. Afterward, the corporations were unlucky. At the critical moment, Li Kang revealed his cold side. He was no longer as amiable as before and ordered them to scout the path. Before long, miserable cries were heard as someone was twisted into a mist of blood. His body and soul were completely destroyed. A beam of light shot out from another direction. The corrosive energy pierced through another person and turned him into a pool of blood. Within moments, 13 paths had been determined to be dead ends. At present, there were still 4 paths that could be used. No deaths had occurred for the time being. This meant that 13 people had already died. Those who had died were all from the corporations. The higher-ups of the Preaching Research Institute, Celestial Biology Institute, Archaic Alliance, and Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute were all unsightly. None of the Descenders' descendants had died because they hadn't taken action at all. All of them were cold and indifferent as they watched everything unfold. Li Kang couldn't possibly send them to their deaths. Before long, 2 more people died. The remaining 2 paths were confirmed to be viable because the 2 of them had successfully walked into a safe area. There were no domains there for the time being. "Go, you guys lead the way," said Li Kang. He ordered his men to walk in front and officially set out. After entering, everyone saw a large area of ruins. The ground was filled with rubble and dilapidated walls. This was a majestic palace complex. The rubble was made of copper, and the walls were also made of metal. However, all of them had been destroyed. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would surely sigh in admiration at this architectural miracle. The land of inheritance. Li Kang was trembling because he saw the engravings on this area. Even his spirit was trembling. He was both shocked and delighted. Please don't destroy it. I hope those inheritances are still here. He was actually praying nervously. The old woman also recognized the words in this area. According to her secret explanation to Lin Oi, this was an extremely high-end language containing a certain amount of mysterious power. This was the land of inheritance. No wonder there was a vast and boundless domain outside. No one would be able to enter unless they had been crippled. Before long, they arrived at the center of the ruins where the mist had sealed the place. One could vaguely see a faint pagoda emitting a faint light. It wasn't a physical entity, but was instead constructed of energy. Heavens, it really exists. Li Kang laughed loudly. His entire body was convulsing because he was too excited. The old woman was also astonished. She said with a trembling voice, born from the ashes with inextinguishable energy, "Is this a peerless inheritance? It really still exists in this world." Imperial inheritance? Some people were trembling. Their emotions were fluctuating as great waves surged in their hearts. One had to know that this was the ruins of an imperial dynasty of evolvers. Their inheritance was priceless. During the most resplendent era of Earth, the evolvers of this dynasty could drive quasi-divine beast chariots and roam the cosmos. Just how powerful was this? Chapter 363. Brother Chu Feng, can you tell me if there's a way to enter? Li Kang grabbed Chu Feng's shoulder and shook him vigorously. He was so excited that even his fingers were trembling. Once such a dynasty of evolvers came into being, it would be unimaginable. It would surpass all the sects on the Descenders' home planet and allow a planet to directly transition to a higher level world. That was because such an evolved civilization would allow them to avoid many detours. Senior, my skeleton is about to fall apart, Chu Feng said with a frown. My apologies, I forgot that you've fallen from the king level. But it's fine. Little Chu, if you can lead us in, we'll definitely repay you with our lives and help you find a way to recover. Li Kang promised. This kind of inheritance surpassed the planet he came from. If he could obtain it, he would definitely become the ancestor of a sect. At this time, the flames in his eyes were flickering. It wasn't just excitement, but also ambition. Why should he submit to others? His current identity was only a follower of a descender and not a true descender. He wanted to surpass them and become the master of the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave. Let me see if there's a suitable path and if I can approach the energy pagoda safely, said Chu Feng. Very well. As long as we can conquer this place, we'll definitely escort you and make you the most honored guest of the Descenders, Li Kang promised. Chu Feng was indifferent. This kind of promise was the most meaningless and cheap. He would never forget Li Kang's attitude after he made the toad eat the purple apple. At that time, there was a cold glint in the depths of Li Kang's eyes. Even eating a mutant fruit would make him unhappy, let alone something more valuable. If he really obtained the inheritance, this seemingly kind Li Kang might immediately kill him to silence him. However, Chu Feng wore a smile on the surface and didn't show any negative emotions. Chu Feng, I'll give you a pleasant surprise if you can break the domains here. Princess Lin's smile was charming and her breath was as fragrant as orchids. She whispered beside Chu Feng's ears, causing them to itch. I'm afraid it'll be a shock, Chu Feng replied. Zhou Yun laughed and said, if you can dig open the energy pagoda here and prove that you're a genius in the domain of domains, our Princess Lin might really devote her life to you. It could be seen that Zhou Yun had a good impression of Chu Feng. From time to time, she would speak up for him in hopes that he could build a good relationship with Princess Lin. Although she felt that the possibility of the two of them being together wasn't high, it wouldn't be bad if they became friends of the opposite sex. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Princess Lin. Her dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her perfect figure. Even her hair was sparkling and translucent, and her skin was as exquisite and lustrous as jade. When she smiled, her red lips were extremely sexy and enchanting. Princess Lin was natural and unrestrained. Her jade-white face carried a smile, and her eyes were moving. She met his gaze. Although she felt that it was impossible for her to be with Chu Feng, she did not refute Zhou Yun's words. How am I supposed to tell my family that I'm marrying an alien? It would probably scare my parents. It wouldn't be good, Chu Feng said. Some people nearby wore cold expressions. They really wanted to ask, are you sure you can climb up to such a high position? This was especially true for descender descendants. Disdain flashed through their eyes. Although they felt that Chu Feng's attainments in the domain were extraordinary, he was far from the great master realm. He was still far from being able to stand on equal footing with a heaven-bestowed, evolved being. Chu Feng paid them no mind and began to study the terrain. The ruins were quite large and covered in copper tiles. Even though it was an abandoned land with broken metal walls everywhere, it still appeared quite majestic. One could see just how prosperous and glorious this place was in the past. Chu Feng probed them several times and once again invited people to tread the mines. Li Kang and the old woman agreed without the slightest hesitation and ordered their men to open the path with their lives. In the end, all 15 of them were wiped out. They died within the mist and were strangled to death by the resplendent patterns on the ground. The upper echelons of the corporations were furious, and their hearts were bleeding. They hated Li Kang and the others for being cold-blooded and using them as cannon fodder. At the same time, everyone present was somewhat disappointed and anxious. All 15 paths were blocked. Could it be that this place had become a land of death and there was no way to enter? I'll go over myself. I'll take it one step at a time and break it slowly. I can't sacrifice anyone, said Chu Feng. That won't do. It's too dangerous. We won't be able to rest easy if something happens to you. You must take care of yourself, said Li Kang. He didn't agree with Chu Feng's decision, not because he cared about him, but because he was worried that all his previous efforts would be for naught after Chu Feng's death. No one would be able to break the domain. I have a 50% chance of entering. There's really no hope if we retreat just like that, said Chu Feng. He had seen through the trick and felt that he could enter with an 80% chance of success. That was because he had calculated a path just now. Even if he failed, he could guarantee his safe retreat. But although he was confident, he wouldn't make it sound so perfect. He didn't want these people to follow him and wanted to go in alone to investigate. Everyone was moved after hearing this. A 50% chance of success was worth the risk. The rewards would be great if he could succeed. In the blink of an eye, almost everyone agreed in their hearts. They hoped that he would take the risk and explore the path. That was because they felt a sense of urgency. With the continuous recovery of the Earth, more and more entities from the outer realm were rushing over. A batch of divine sons and saintesses might descend soon. If they couldn't grasp this opportunity now, the competition would be incomparably fierce in the future. Many people were destined to find it difficult to stand out. As the saying goes, one step ahead means one step at a time. The most important thing was to take the initiative. Brother Chu Feng, you must be careful. Although breaking the domains here is important, it's not as important as your life. You must ensure your own safety first, said Li Kang. Chu Feng also put on a sincere expression and said, Old brother, don't worry. I'll pay attention. I'll do everything in my power to help you guys open up a safe path. He kicked the toad so that it would follow him and help him at the critical moment. The toad was extremely unhappy and almost rebelled. In the end, Chu Feng patted its shoulder and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it accepted it. That was because it suddenly realized that someone as shameless as Chu Feng wouldn't throw his life away. It was likely that he wanted to seize fortunes, so it had to follow him. Very soon, it became impassioned and put on a righteous appearance. It expressed that it had already thought things through and would follow Chu Feng even if it meant death. Let's go. Chu Feng kicked it. Crow. Gradually, they disappeared into the mist and approached the indistinct energy pagoda. Before long, the mist rolled over and covered the entire area. Previously, they could still see the faint energy pagoda, but now they couldn't see anything. Additionally, the white mist was turning into a grayish-brown color, making the area appear demonic and frightening. In the end, the mist became as black as ink. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. The area was completely isolated from the outside world. "Brother Chu Feng," someone shouted. However, the area ahead was completely silent. No one replied. Everyone glanced at each other and felt a bad premonition. That area seemed to have become an independent space. They could no longer sense anything. Could it be that Chu Feng had died inside and activated the ancient domains, turning this area into a forbidden area? "Chu Feng," some people called out. Linoy walked forward and looked carefully. She then called out softly, but there was still no response. Oh no, he must have made a mistake and thrown his life away. Someone came to this conclusion. Feng Hong complained. He overestimates himself. How can he charge into such a place? He shouldn't do such a thing if he's not confident. Many people's expressions were unsightly. Chu Feng was the only one proficient in domains. If he were to die inside, their future paths would be cut off. So comfortable. The energy here is too dense. The toad's mood was completely different from everyone else's. Its eyes were wide open as it stared at the energy pagoda. In truth, Chu Feng had successfully charged in with the toad. However, the area had changed the moment they set foot. A portion of the special domains had been activated. Hence, a dense mist rose up and sealed this place, isolating it from the outside world. At first, Chu Feng had wanted to set up some arrangements to block everyone's perception, but now it seemed he didn't need to do anything. The place was covered in rubble and dilapidated. Some of the metallic buildings had completely melted and turned into irregular lumps of metal after cooling down. At the center was a 4-storied energy pagoda. It was quite faint and sat atop the ruins. It was about 4 meters tall and hung down strands of silvery white energy. According to Li Kang, this was an inheritance pagoda. The imperial dynasty of the past had been defeated and turned into ruins. However, they had a backup plan. After the long passage of time, an energy pagoda was born from the ashes of the calamity. This ensured that their inheritance wouldn't be destroyed. This was the method of a top-grade evolutionary sect. Li Kang revealed that this energy pagoda contained a vast amount of information. As long as one was within it, they would be able to obtain the various ancient books of this orthodoxy. Chu Feng noticed that there was a certain object within the energy pagoda, a silver box. It wasn't very big and was suspended in the air above the energy pagoda. This was quite odd because Li Kang had said that all inheritances were contained within energy. This was a secret treasure and there shouldn't be any tangible objects left behind. But there was a silver box within this energy pagoda. This didn't conform to common sense. Within a split second, Chu Feng came to a conclusion. This silver box was even more important than the fundamental inheritance of the so-called imperial dynasty of evolvers. It was even more precious and was placed at the center of the energy pagoda. What's in a box? Chu Feng stared at it and, at the same time, walked around the energy pagoda. There were also damaged domains here, but there wasn't much danger. That was because this place of inheritance was the most important target of the attack back then. Everything had been destroyed, and now it was far less dangerous than the outer regions. The remnant domain runes could only form a barrier like a wall, but it could be easily passed over. How fragrant! There's a mutant fruit. The toad suddenly cried out. Its nose twitched in excitement. Chu Feng also noticed that after passing through the damaged domains and turning to the other end of the energy pagoda, he smelled a refreshing fragrance. Very soon, they saw 2 small trees rooted behind a metallic wall. There were several fruits on each of them, and they had long since ripened. This was the time when the fragrance was intense and had long since matured. Fortunately, they were mutant fruits. Although they had long since ripened, they didn't fall to the ground and were still growing on the ground. The fragrance grew increasingly intense. One of the dark green mutant trees had fruits that were golden and translucent. They were only the size of a longan and were perfectly round and resplendent. They were like golden pills flowing with multicolored light, and the fragrance was so intense that it wouldn't dissipate. The other silver-white mutant tree had a number of bright red fruits growing on it. They were as big as fists and looked like the legendary cinnabar fruit. However, they were too big. One tree had 5 fruits, and the other had 4. It could be considered a high yield. Chu Feng revealed a smile as he plucked a golden pill-like fruit and placed it in his mouth. Immediately, golden light erupted and illuminated his entire body. The pores all over his body relaxed. It was simply too comfortable. The fruit the size of a longan immediately melted and turned into a stream of heat which rushed towards his limbs and bones, accompanied by an intense fragrance. Within moments, Chu Feng had severed his 6th shackle. It was completely different from before because he didn't need to expend much energy. It could be said that success came naturally when the conditions were right. In truth, he was able to break through after eating the golden mutant fruit back in the Divine Khan's tomb. It was just that he didn't dare make a big move and had been enduring patiently for fear of breaking the balance and causing the little grinding stone's evolution to be incomplete. Now, it was still very calm and he didn't struggle violently. But because he had accumulated too much, his body automatically evolved after eating the mutant fruit today. Chapter 364. You broke through. The toad was curious. Its eyes bulged as it said, "Don't tell me you tore off the shackles on your penis?" Chu Feng's forehead was filled with black lines after hearing this. This odd toad really dared to say anything. Thump! He sent the toad flying with a kick and began to comprehend the changes in his body. Afterwards, Chu Feng's eyes shot out divine light like golden lanterns. That was because the shackle he had severed belonged to the eye region. In truth, he had long since sensed it. Ever since the initial signs of the fiery eyes appeared, he knew that this region of his body had been activated and the energy was dense. It was likely that he would use this opportunity to break through. Now it was indeed so. If the fiery eyes were the initial state before, then it was now the great success stage. He could display all of it. However, it was impossible for others to form the fiery eyes when they had severed the shackles in the eye region. The main reason was that he had obtained astonishing benefits from the refinement in the revered 8 trigrams furnace. Moreover, very few people could sever the shackles in the eye region. Even if they succeeded, they would only be able to form a spiritual eye. It was reported that it was difficult to find someone who had opened the fiery eyes after searching through many planets, and even after a long period of time. It could be said that the revered 8 trigrams furnace had played a crucial role. Now, after Chu Feng had completely opened it, this ability had been strengthened one step further. In the blink of an eye, 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes and directly penetrated the ground. He could already see the magnetic crystals under the soil and rocks, as well as the patterns within them. This caused Chu Feng to be dumbfounded and then shaken. What did this mean? In the future, he would be able to seize the fortunes of heaven and earth within the domain of domains. That was because he would be able to see through many domains from now on. One had to know that the runes carved on the magnetic crystals would eventually disappear within them. Due to the special nature of the material, it was very difficult to see through them. But now, even though he was separated by a thick layer of earth, and even metal and rock, he could see through everything. This was simply heaven-defying. Seeing through the essence and pursuing the origin was one of the heaven-defying uses of the fiery eyes. It was countless times more powerful than before. In the past, he could see the interior view under other people's clothes. At most, it could be regarded as a preliminary X-ray vision. Compared to now, it could only be regarded as superficial. As Chu Feng opened his eyes, his pupils shone brightly, and 2 terrifying beams of light shot out. With a clanging sound, they easily pierced through the metal walls of the ruins, which were several feet thick. Even he himself was shocked. The sturdy metal ruins were like paper, easily destroyed by him. His eyes contained terrifying energy. Chu Feng's eyes shone. In an instant, all the metal walls in the ruins were destroyed, turning into fragments. This kind of energy attack method was shocking. This was even sharper than a flying sword. This was an astonishing trump card. In some books, when enemies were mentioned, there would often be such a sentence. If looks could kill, a certain scourge would have died 10,000 times. Now, this description had become reality. Chu Feng could kill a powerful enemy just by opening his eyes. This was the true, wondrous use of the fiery eyes. The toad was dumbfounded. It tried its best to open its eyes, but no beams of light came out. It felt somewhat scared and said, "You're not allowed to look at me. In the future, I won't look at you with disdain." It was afraid that Chu Feng's eyes would shoot out 2 beams of divine light and cut it in half. Afterward, it drooled madly as it looked at the golden core mutant fruit. It immediately plucked one and swallowed it. It thought this red fruit had helped Chu Feng activate his divine ability. "Don't waste it. Go to one side." Chu Feng chased it away, not allowing it to squander the mutant fruits as it pleased. That was because any one of these fruits was enough to allow one to sever the 6th shackle and produce a top-grade king. The toad had already reached this level, so eating more would be a waste. The toad ran to one side to digest the fruit. It did its best to concentrate energy in its eyes and said to itself, "Strange, there are no shackles in my body. Why can't I use the fiery eyes? Is it because my body is too perfect and balanced? Is it because there's nothing special about it?" It was quite narcissistic and had always believed that its evolutionary path was perfect. Chu Feng paid it no attention. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his body in detail. It was as if a great furnace had been opened in his eyes and was gushing out astonishing energy. This kind of energy nourished his eyes and caused them to glow resplendently. It then spread to every part of his body, causing the energy within his body to rise sharply and become much stronger. After severing his 6th shackle and becoming a peerless Continental King level expert, Chu Feng's combat strength was rising rapidly. He was much more powerful than before. After a long time, the changes within Chu Feng's body gradually calmed down. After the explosive increase in energy, he was confident that he could sweep through all enemies. It wouldn't be a problem even if there were many of them surrounding him. He had no fear. He was confident that he could fight across realms. Now, he should have no need to fear terrifying existences with 7 severed shackles, such as Li Kang and the Old Woman. The current him could contend against extraterrestrials and even suppress them. "I feel stronger. Give me another mutant fruit," shouted the toad. Its path of evolution had no bottlenecks and was, under normal circumstances, smoother than others. Additionally, its combat strength would be astonishing once it made some progress. After all, it was a divine beast. Chu Feng was moved. He told the toad to pick one himself, but warned it not to waste it to satisfy its appetite if it was useless. In truth, he had already broken this rule at the first moment. That was because he saw a scarlet fruit on another tree. It was like the legendary cinnabar fruit. He immediately plucked one and began to chew on it. The taste is excellent. Chu Feng muttered to himself while enjoying the fruit. He squinted his eyes and felt that it was an indescribable delicacy. The scarlet juice flowed in his mouth and transformed into a scarlet mist. The fragrance was so strong that it almost made him drunk. Apparently, this kind of fruit wasn't very effective for him. It could only help people sever their 6th shackle. He had already reached this level. Eating different mutant fruits is indeed beneficial to me. It can make me continuously stronger. The toad was immensely proud of himself and seemed to be provoking Chu Feng. It didn't have any shackles and wasn't like others who were stuck in place and could only break through to the next realm after various conditions were met. On the other hand, it was growing continuously. Although the extent wasn't great, it was always improving. This made it even more terrifying. Chu Feng didn't say anything and immediately went up to give it a good beating. This toad wasn't willing to admit defeat without being beaten. Within moments, it began to howl like a ghost and scamper about how there was no justice in the world. The toad was beaten black and blue. It was so angry that it wanted to bang its head against the ground. It was indeed indignant. It believed that it was growing stronger, but it wasn't enough. It had been beaten up by Chu Feng once again. Chu Feng plucked the remaining mutant fruits and placed them into the pristine jade bottle. He wanted to leave them for Yellow Cattle and the others. He didn't know how they were doing, but these fruits would be enough for them to evolve rapidly. At this time, his body was warm and cozy. That was the result of the dense energy, and his spiritual energy was incomparably vigorous. Rumble. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. His stomach began to growl, and a terrifying sense of hunger emerged. He was so hungry that his heart was flustered. He simply couldn't endure this kind of experience. This wasn't the first time. It happened every time he broke through. Fortunately, there were some king-level meats in the pristine jade bottle. For instance, there was southern sea flood serpent meat and bird king wings. There was cooked food as well as clean raw meat. Chu Feng quickly stuffed the cooked meat into his mouth, and then his right palm began to glow. He began to activate the flames and roast the meat on the spot. Like a tornado sweeping away the clouds, he ate a large pile of king-level meats in one go to satisfy his hunger. However, he didn't continue. That was because he was worried that a long delay would bring trouble. It was better to deal with the energy pagoda as soon as possible. But how exactly was he going to obtain the inheritance? "You'll be able to receive the scriptures inside the pagoda," said the toad. It had once lived on Mount Tai for a long time. Before it hatched, it had heard a group of evolvers preach the Tao to it. It couldn't remember many of them, but it could still recall some when it came across them. "Then you go and try." Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at it. "Fine." The toad was very bold. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't believe it, it directly jumped over and was about to enter the energy pagoda. Swoosh! It had just approached when a beam of light flew over and enveloped its body, rendering it unable to move. Chu Feng was astonished. This energy pagoda was like a precise instrument. It seemed to be locking onto the toad and scanning it for some kind of examination. The energy pagoda erupted with light and contained a kind of message. One could feel that the toad had been rejected. It actually didn't meet the conditions and couldn't accept the inheritance. What the hell is this? It's alive? It's telling me that my bloodline and breathing aren't compatible. The toad was astonished. The light disappeared and the toad retreated rapidly. "What's going on?" Chu Feng asked. "This energy pagoda seems to be able to talk to me." The toad was bewildered. In the end, Chu Feng stepped forward. He wanted to try it himself. In the blink of an eye, a beam of light flew out from the pagoda and covered him. It scanned his entire body and saw through his flesh. "This is an energy inheritance pagoda. Why does it look like black technology?" Chu Feng was astonished. He felt that this was more and more like a precise instrument. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of scriptures being chanted from within the pagoda. This rhythm was somewhat familiar. Soon after, he came to a start because he knew what it was. There was a breathing technique in the energy pagoda that was somewhat similar to the one Yellow Cattle had passed on to him. It was actually the same in some places, but there weren't many overlapped areas. After listening carefully, he felt that the energy pagoda wasn't as refined as the one Yellow Cattle had passed on to him. It could only be considered a crude version. At this moment, an ineffable energy circulated within his body. The breathing technique Yellow Cattle had passed on to him began to operate on its own. White mist gushed out from his mouth and nose. In the blink of an eye, the entire energy pagoda shook. There was a set of information contained within the energy which seemed to be communicating with Chu Feng. It was telling him that his conditions were extraordinary and absolutely met the requirements. With a swoosh, the silver box flew out from the energy pagoda and landed directly in Chu Feng's hand. A certain mechanical voice rang out and appeared in Chu Feng's heart. It was telling him that he had fortunately completed his mission and had returned the treasure intact. In truth, it wasn't a voice. It was more like an embodiment of energy containing information. Chu Feng was apprehensive. What was going on? This pagoda had preserved the silver box for him. It was originally his item, but now it had returned intact to him. He felt a headache coming on. How was this possible? His thoughts turned at lightning speed, and he immediately thought of certain possibility. It should be due to the breathing technique Yellow Cattle had passed on to him. Only someone from the breathing technique lineage could come here to receive the silver box. As expected, he received some verification. The information transmitted from the energy pagoda and the mechanical voice once again rang out in his heart. It was telling him that the energy pagoda's own inheritance couldn't compare to his lineage. Moreover, the inheritance within the pagoda had been shattered and couldn't be truly transmitted. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Chu Feng realized many things. The inheritance pagoda of a dynasty of evolvers actually said that the originally intact inheritance within the pagoda couldn't compare to a certain lineage, and that the dynasty was helping that lineage to preserve the item. This was simply too terrifying. Just what was inside the box? He was filled with doubt and anticipation. At the same time, he recalled that Yellow Cattle was unwilling to discuss the mysterious breathing technique, even if he was beaten to death. It was obvious that there was something hidden within. Could it be related to Earth? Chapter 365. Chu Feng's mood was complicated. Just what kind of secrets were hidden within? The silver box wasn't big and was only 20 centimeters long. Its luster was restrained after falling into his hands and was no longer glowing brightly. It was said that treasures conceal themselves, and perhaps this was indeed the case. The toad scuttled over immediately. It was even more curious about this silver box because it was a divine beast with a powerful bloodline. However, it had been rejected by the energy pagoda and told that it didn't meet the standards. Yet, Chu Feng was able to obtain the silver box. This made the toad feel both indignant and apprehensive. It wanted to know what was inside the silver box. Suddenly, Chu Feng turned back and looked in the direction he had come from. A figure flashed there, and Li Kang appeared. The old fellow's face was full of astonishment at first, but he quickly restrained it and regained his calm. His expression was peculiar. Chu Feng was truly astonished. Li Kang could actually enter. How'd he do it? Brother Chu is indeed extraordinary. You actually managed to open up a safe path to enter. Li Kang was quite amiable with a smile on his face. Chu Feng had just completed a super evolution. His divine instincts were abnormally powerful, and his senses were sharp. He noticed a flash of greed in the old man's eyes. I was lucky to arrive here and didn't lose my life, said Chu Feng. He was observing in secret, wanting to know how Li Kang had entered. What's that? Chu Feng noticed an ant crawling on Li Kang's palm. He suddenly realized where the problem was. We were worried that Brother Chu Feng would be in danger outside, so this old man took the risk and entered, said Li Kang. He generously produced a jade box and stored the ant away. Energy ant. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat as these three words appeared in his mind. Domain researchers had to dabble in certain strange species. Energy ants could track special energy and had a special sense of smell. They could follow the scent of certain energy along the way. In the early days, some domain masters would join hands to explore the demonic saint's tomb. They would rely on energy ants to communicate with each other while trying to break down the complex terrain and disintegrate the domains of the tomb. They had many wondrous uses, but they could also be easily restricted. Chu Feng knew he had been careless. He hadn't expected the other party to have an energy ant with him. If he had known, he would have laid down some domain runes in advance to intercept such a creature. Apparently, Li Kang had used the energy ants to track the path he had taken. That was why he had been able to enter safely. This energy pagoda is still considered complete. It should contain various secret manuals of the dynasty of evolvers. What a great fortune! Li Kang sighed emotionally, his eyes burning with passion. He then glanced at Chu Feng and said, Brother Chu, did you obtain the inheritance? No. Chu Feng shook his head. What's that in your hand? Can you let me take a look? Li Kang smiled warmly. Chu Feng had once tried to open the silver box, but he had failed. This made him extremely astonished, and after trying many times, he felt helpless. He knew that this was definitely a priceless treasure. For an imperial court of evolvers to be in charge of preserving something, there was no need to think too much about it. It definitely had a terrifying origin. There was no way Chu Feng would give a silver box to Li Kang. However, he was confident that he was powerful enough to protect this mysterious item. After the rapid evolution, he could see through Li Kang's strength. As expected, this was a powerful expert with 7 severed shackles. He handed it over generously and wasn't afraid of Li Kang being greedy. Good stuff. This material is quite special. It seems to be forged from a certain type of secret gold. There are specks of silver light and divine power within. Li Kang sighed in admiration after receiving it. Very soon, his expression became shaken. This looks like a certain type of mother of secret gold. This is simply unbelievable. Li Kang was shaken. He caressed the silver box over and over again, injecting the energy within his body into it. Immediately, it became as resplendent as the sun. This material can be used to forge ultimate weapons. His hands were trembling as though he was caressing a peerless treasure. Even his voice was trembling. Ultimate weapons could only be nurtured by peerless orthodoxies that had existed for millions of years. It was difficult to find traces of them, even on many planets. Once such an item appeared, it could directly destroy everything. It could destroy mountains, rivers, and all living things, incinerate the seas into dust. It was extremely easy for it to defeat a top-grade sect or destroy a region. No one could stop such a weapon once it appeared. Some glorious sects with deep foundations and hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation could be wiped out in a single night. How could Li Kang not tremble? The material of the silver box was actually a certain mother of secret gold. It could be used to forge ultimate weapons. What was inside this box? He felt as if even his soul was trembling. This was excitement, and even more excitement and ambition. It was because in his eyes, everything would belong to him. He tried to open it, but didn't succeed. Very soon, Li Kang calmed down and glanced at Chu Feng. I just happened to see this box fly into your hands when I came in. It's truly odd. Yes, I also feel it's odd. Chu Feng nodded. Don't you want to tell me something? Li Kang asked. What is it? Chu Feng asked. Li Kang gave it some thought and was sure that Chu Feng didn't know the origins of the silver box. That was because he had just managed to obtain it when he came in. Chu Feng, you're a good person with great talents. You might be able to become a great domain master if nurtured properly. But time doesn't allow for it. Li Kang sighed emotionally. What do you mean? Chu Feng asked. Li Kang's expression was indifferent. What I mean is that you've done a great service this time and obtained a divine ancient weapon for me. I will remember your good deeds, so you can go in peace. You want to eliminate me? Chu Feng stared at him and said, I helped you break domains and open the ruins of the Imperial Court of Evolvers. Yet, you want to kill me? Do you think you can still live after such a heaven-defying treasure comes into being? Choose your own way of death. Li Kang smiled indifferently. I don't want to die, Chu Feng replied. Li Kang's expression was no longer pleasant. Idiot, it's fine if it's just a simple ruin. But do you think you can live after such a divine treasury comes into being? I'll definitely kill you to silence you. In truth, he wanted to keep the silver box for himself. He simply wouldn't tell the group from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave because this item would be monopolized by him. Li Kang's eyes were cold as he stared fixedly at Chu Feng. In his heart, this person was already a dead man. He absolutely wouldn't allow him to speak carelessly. You ungrateful ingrate. Chu Feng stared at him. Although he had long since known that this person wasn't a benevolent character and that there was no way he would share wealth with him, such undisguised insults still made him furious. Young man, you're thinking too much. Do you think we owe you a favor by opening up our domains and exploring the path? Naive. In our eyes, you're just a servant. If you dare to disobey our orders, we'll kill you on the spot. The reason why we treated you so nicely and courteously earlier was just to make you more obedient and serve us better. Li Kang shed all pretenses of cordiality. His words were harsh and full of malice. You old dog, you really bite people the moment you turn hostile. Chu Feng sighed. You're courting death. Li Kang's expression sank. He no longer needed Chu Feng at the moment. It was better to silence him as soon as possible in order to avoid any unexpected events. He had a faint smile on his face appearing rather callous. He pressed forward step by step and said, I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but you offended me again and again. Do you want to be humiliated and tortured to death? The toad retreated to one side and took on the attitude of a spectator. Li Kang shot him a glance and said, A disgusting worm like you should also die. It's useless no matter where you hide. The toad was quite angry. Screw your mother and second uncle's mother. This grandpa didn't want to scold you at first, but in the end, you dared to provoke me. You reckless old dog, you're dead for sure. Li Kang's eyes were cold as he glared at the toad, but in the end, he still attacked Chu Feng first. As an expert with 7 severed shackles, he had enough confidence to look down on all the natives of the continent. A mere native dares disrespect me. He reached out with a large hand and wanted to crush Chu Feng. His eyes were cold and his methods were cruel. Chi! In the blink of an eye, a dazzling scarlet flying knife rushed out from Chu Feng's body. It was accompanied by incessant dog barks as it pounced toward the large hand. Woof! 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 Within moments, Li Kang felt a sharp pain in his fingers. The moment he looked down, he saw that all 5 of his fingers had been severed and had fallen to the ground with fresh blood flowing out. He seemed to realize it only now, and only then did he shout out loud. Woof! 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 The dog barked intensely. The scarlet flying knife trembled violently as it pounced toward his arm. With a flash of multicolored light, his forearm was severed and fell to the ground. How is this possible? Li Kang retreated explosively. He really suspected that he had been bitten by a dog. A terrifying dog had pounced over and torn off his arm. Otherwise, how could this happen? One had to know that this was a cripple. In his eyes, Chu Feng, who had lost his ability to evolve, was no different from a cripple. Li Kang retreated rapidly, but he wasn't as fast as the flying knife. With a puff, it slashed over once again. Amidst the barking of a dog, his entire right arm was severed at the shoulder and completely vanished. He cried out miserably. The pain was unbearable, but the most important thing was the sense of defeat and shock in his heart. Was this the work of a cripple? You're not crippled. Moreover, your strength is comparable to an expert with 7 severed shackles. Li Kang was shocked. His face was pale as he staggered back. He simply couldn't believe this fact and wasn't willing to accept it. What do you think? Chu Feng looked down at his opponent with a disdainful expression. He didn't hold back in the slightest as a powerful aura was released. Li Kang was like a wounded beast. He let out a roar, furious and unwilling. In the end, not only had he failed to silence the other party, but he had also been toyed to death. Go to hell. He roared furiously and did his utmost to produce a mirror. It was obvious that this was a magical weapon. Radioactive energy seeped out from it and was about to suppress Chu Feng. Boom! It was at this time that Chu Feng's eyes erupted with divine light. The fiery eyes shot out 2 beams of light and blasted the ancient mirror, causing it to tremble violently. At the same time, the terrifying beams of light shot out from Chu Feng's eyes, pierced through Li Kang's body, and caused him to bleed profusely. I'll kill you. Li Kang was too unwilling to accept this. He used all his methods to activate the ancient mirror with all his might. Moreover, his body was glowing as though he was on fire. Energy surged around him as if he wanted to take Chu Feng down with him. However, Chu Feng's eyes were too bizarre. Several beams of light shot out with terrifying divine might. Li Kang's ancient mirror was actually sent flying out uncontrollably and fell to the side. In the blink of an eye, more bloody holes appeared on Li Kang's body as energy leaked out. He was instantly weakened, but he was still burning his body with all his might. He wanted to drag Chu Feng down with him. 7 severed shackles is only SOSO. Chu Feng's eyes lit up as he spoke. The terrifying divine beams shot out pierced through Li Kang's face and were about to reach his forehead. Li Kang cried out miserably in complete despair. With a swoosh, Chu Feng arrived before him and picked him up. He looked down at him and said, You're too weak. You. Li Kang felt humiliated. He had severed 7 shackles and should be able to look down on the natives of Earth. But today, he was being suppressed by someone. With a crack, Chu Feng broke his neck all of a sudden. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Chu Feng put away the silver box, and then threw Li Kang into the unbroken domain. With a puff, his corpse was crushed into a bloody mist, destroyed in both body and soul. Chu Feng glanced at the ancient mirror on the ground. This was an extraordinary magical weapon, but he didn't leave it behind. He also threw it into the domain and destroyed it. That was because he was worried that the people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave might have some special methods to track and sense it. Chu Feng instructed the toad, "Clean up the severed fingers and bloodstains on the ground. Arrange the scene of Li Kang's death." He didn't want to fall out with the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave and wanted to cooperate well. He wanted to make use of them to explore the various ruins. That was why he couldn't reveal the truth about Li Kang's death. The toad was unhappy because it had to do this kind of dirty work every time, but it had no choice and could only slowly clean it up. Chu Feng studied the silver box for a long time and found that the box would only tremble slightly when circulating the special breathing technique Yellow Cow had taught him. But in the end, it still couldn't be opened. My strength isn't enough? He was astonished, but at the same time, his heart was burning with incomparable yearning. A special breathing technique and sufficiently profound strength were needed to open this box. This was his judgment. This was an item exclusive to a certain lineage. He was looking forward to it even more. Chu Feng wasn't in a rush at all. The item, the silver box, wouldn't be able to run away once his strength reached a certain level. He seriously suspected that the item inside was related to the mysterious breathing technique. It might be a technique or a wondrous art. Of course, this was only his guess. The truth was unknown. Chapter 366. An inheritance pagoda constructed from special energy. A group of people cried out in alarm and were all eager to give it a try. "Where's Senior Li? He's dead." Of course, there were also people who were concerned about Li Kang. They found it hard to accept the bloodstains in the distant domains. The entire area was in chaos. Some people were excited and wanted nothing more than a charge into the energy pagoda and obtain the secret tomes of the Imperial Court of Evolvers. Others were sighing because Li Kang had actually died a miserable death. Chu Feng was naturally sighing and complaining that Li Kang was too careless and shouldn't have acted rashly. If he had gone back to receive Li Kang, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. The toad was speechless. Its eyes bulged and really wanted to tell Chu Feng that it was enough. Why was he sighing against his conscience? Bang! Chu Feng sent it flying with a kick and said, "You're indifferent to Senior Li's death and even bulging your eyes. What's the meaning of this? Did I spoil you too much?" F***CK. The toad really wanted to bite someone. Was there still justice in this world? He was the one who killed Li Kang. I just couldn't bear to watch and was kicked for glancing at you out of the corner of my eye. Many people sighed and felt that Li Kang was too unlucky. Why did he have to go alone and die miserably in the domain? As some people saw it, his death was too unjust. Chu Feng would have received him if he had been a bit later and arrived before the energy pagoda like everyone else. There were also people who felt that Li Kang's thoughts weren't pure. He didn't trust Chu Feng and wanted to be the first to obtain the inheritance. That was why he had died. The higher-ups were delighted. They had long since found Li Kang displeasing to the eye because he had caused the deaths of many of their disciples and used them as cannon fodder. Now that he had died, they felt much better. The half-burned old woman glanced at the bloodstain and then at Chu Feng. She felt a wave of fear and felt that this brat was ominous. She had personally experienced it back at Mount Zhijin. Many people had died there, and even she herself had been crippled. Now, Li Kang, who was at the same level as her, was even more miserable. He had died directly. She felt that she had to stay far away from Chu Feng whenever he went on an adventure. It was simply too dangerous. He was simply a star of calamity. Very soon, everyone's attention was focused on the energy pagoda. No one paid any attention to Li Kang. They were discussing and researching how to obtain the inheritance. As the descendants of descenders, they understood many things. Moreover, with the old woman here, they all agreed that they would be able to obtain the inheritance as long as they were inside the pagoda. I'll take the risk. Feng Hong spoke, his eyes burning with passion. At this crucial moment, he wanted to stand out and see if he could obtain the ancient scriptures from countless years ago. This was because the energy pagoda was very faint, and it was unknown how many inheritances it could carry out. He wanted to be first. Boom! Feng Hong rushed over, but he was blocked by a light screen. His entire body was scanned, and in the end he was stopped by the team. A mechanical voice told him that he did not meet the standards. What do you mean it doesn't conform? I can't accept this. He angrily shouted and forcefully charged inside. Puff! In the end, blood flowed from his 7 apertures. He was sent flying by a wave of power, almost dying. His entire body was covered in injuries, and many of his bones were broken. This startled everyone, and they all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Then, they went up one by one, trying to obtain the inheritance. Unfortunately, all of them were rejected one after another. Even the old woman with 7 severed shackles met the requirements. As time went on, someone finally met the requirements. Surprisingly, it was actually Su Mei. Her strength couldn't be considered top-notch, but she successfully stepped into the energy pagoda. This shook even Chu Feng. He felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be that she had some kind of secret on her body? According to reason, she shouldn't have grasped the yellow cattle's special breathing technique. The energy pagoda swayed, and with a boom, some damaged energy scriptures appeared. They flickered within the pagoda and then flowed into Su Mei's body like flowing water. Ah! She let out a sharp cry, as if she was in great pain. She clutched her head and, in the end, was sent flying again with blood flowing out of her mouth and nose. Su Mei, what happened? A group of people rushed over to check on her condition. My head hurts. She felt as if her spirit had almost been torn apart. Fortunately, she had managed to resist, but her condition wasn't that good. You obtained the inheritance? Asked the old woman. How did you enter the energy pagoda? Asked Princess Lin. Just now, it said that my bloodline meets the requirements and that I'm a descendant of an imperial court of evolvers. So, I directly entered. However, the inheritance here is incomplete and injured my spirit, said Su Mei. Everyone was astonished after hearing this. My ancestor might be a refugee from Earth, Su Mei said, revealing such a secret. Back then, in ancient times, Su Mei's ancestor had migrated to their mother planet. It could be said that they had left their homeland. There's so many things to pay attention to. You even want the bloodline of an imperial court of evolvers. Many people were disappointed. At the same time, they were even more dismayed because there was a problem with the inheritance pagoda. It was difficult to recreate the scriptures of the past. Chu Feng didn't say anything. He was pondering in secret. Apparently, this place had been completely destroyed and all kinds of scriptures had been looted. The energy pagoda only appeared later and could be considered a backup plan of the ancient imperial court. Otherwise, the silver box wouldn't have been able to keep it. Princess Lin went forward, but was rejected. Linoy also went forward, but to no avail. The higher-ups of the Supreme Youth League and the younger generation all went forward to try, but in the end, they all failed. Everyone tried again, but in the end, they were all disappointed. Everyone stared at Su Mei, wanting to know if the damaged scriptures she had obtained were of any use. Su Mei smiled wryly and said, "The scriptures are all jumbled up and down. They're useless." After saying this, she recited it calmly and invited everyone to examine her spirit to see if she was lying. Everyone was helpless. This was truly regretful. They had clearly found an energy inheritance pagoda, but in the end, they obtained nothing. Although they were unwilling, they could only retreat in the end. There was no point in staying any longer. Sigh, I knew you were crippled by Earth back then. All kinds of orthodoxies have been destroyed, and many things have been looted. Someone sighed. You can't think of it that way. It was very strange back then. Although this vital planet was crippled, no one took away the sacred tree. Clearly, something must have happened. Moreover, many people agreed that there were many caves buried on Earth. As long as they could excavate them, there would surely be many complete inheritances. Next, they left this area and explored other areas of the imperial court. However, they discovered a terrifying scene. In the depths, a terrifying crack appeared. It was pitch black like a wormhole, and there was a terrifying crack in the void there. There was a special energy capable of annihilating everything. The old woman gasped and said, "This was most likely left behind by an attack from a heaven illuminator. Even after tens of thousands of years have passed, there are still remnants of energy preventing the void from closing." Back on Mount Tai, Chu Feng had seen 100 stars with a life form within each of them. From this, he understood how terrifying heaven illuminators were. Such existences required sacrifices from all regions and the worship of all the heavens. Their strength was unimaginably terrifying. Let's go. There's nothing left to investigate here. How regretful and disappointing. In the end, they had no choice but to leave the ruins of the ancient imperial court and walk out of the cave. There are countless secrets under the Qinling Mountains. Today, we've only seen a corner of it. Who knows, we might be able to unearth even more astonishing things the next time we come, someone said. They were unwilling, but they had no choice but to retreat for now. Those ruins needed to be found and explored only after they found the entrance. After this exploration, everyone realized how important Chu Feng was. He could even lead everyone into the land of inheritance of an imperial court. His methods were extraordinary. Sai, I remember someone saying that if I can break the domain near the energy pagoda and lead her in, I'll give her a pleasant surprise. What's so good about it? Chu Feng said with a smile on the way back. Princess Lin said with a smile, I'll treat you to a meal later. Is this the so-called pleasant surprise? I'm pressed for time, so I don't have time, replied Chu Feng. Some people were speechless. How direct. He had actually rejected Princess Lin's invitation. Qi Lin said with a smile, You're too practical. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal and give you some benefits, but in the end, I was so sad that I lost all my benefits. Don't do that. Treat me to a meal. I have to squeeze out some time even if I don't have time. Chu Feng smiled apologetically. No. Princess Lin rolled her eyes. Please. Chu Feng pestered her to treat him no matter what. You're too shameless. Before long, Linoy arrived in front of Chu Feng and whispered, Don't go to the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave, no matter what. Why? Chu Feng was astonished because Princess Lin had indeed invited him to the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave. Moreover, it was best if he left early. The divine sons and saintesses from the outer realms are about to descend, Linoy informed him. The latecomers might clash with the descenders from 22 years ago. You shouldn't be marked at this stage. Linoy looked at him calmly. In the outer realms, something was happening at this moment. The effects were far-reaching. The four entities that had landed near the man-made satellite had begun to make a big move after communicating with the countries on Earth. One of them was a golden-haired man with white divine wings on his back, a graceful and beautiful lady, a jet black bird of prey, and a brightly colored tiger. The black bird of prey was the first to move. It suddenly leapt up from a nearby space and headed toward the Earth's surface. It forced its way through and was about to descend upon Earth. Its gigantic body was like a small mountain, and its wings covered the earth and sky. Its feathers were jet black and as cold as metal, and its eyes were terrifying. It carried an exuberant energy aura as it swooped down from the sky. It was accompanied by terrifying dark light, as if it was a great black sun covering the sky. Boom! As it approached, an ineffable energy appeared and interweaved in the void, preventing it from approaching the Earth's surface. This vicious bird howled, enduring great pain. That was because its feathers had begun to burn at this time. Its entire body was gushing with raging flames as it endured great pain. These flames weren't produced by itself, but an ineffable energy was burning it. Chi, chi, chi. Many of the feathers on its body had been charred, and many of them had been reduced to ashes. Even its body was pitch black after suffering serious injuries. A mournful and terrifying cry reverberated in the sky, alarming many large organizations. Some satellites captured this scene with great clarity. In the end, it let out a long cry. Its entire body was covered in wounds, and not a single feather was left as it descended from the sky. It had actually succeeded. At the same time, the other three entities in the satellite's orbit also moved and swooped down. What was even more frightening was that there was an even greater commotion in the depths of outer space. Several meteorites were rushing toward the Earth. Chapter 367. Chapter 367. Earth's new chapter, an earth-shattering event. A black bird of prey dived down from outer space. Although it was in a miserable state with all its feathers burned away, it didn't die after breaking through the atmosphere. It could be considered a success. That was because the mysterious energy blocking its path was disappearing. Everyone was shaken. The people monitoring this scene were all astonished. Its momentum was too great, and its body was also terrifying. It was truly like a demonic mountain smashing down with a majestic aura. At the same time, the scene in outer space was equally alarming. The meteorites were falling through the sky and were clearly captured by the satellites. The golden-haired man with snow-white divine wings on his back, the graceful and elegant young beauty, as well as the brightly colored fierce tiger, all stopped at the first moment. They didn't dive down to the ground again, but stood still. That was because they had also seen the 4 meteorites approaching. All the countries were shaken. On this very day, at this very moment, the demonic bird had descended, and now there were meteorites flying through the sky. This was truly an earth-shattering event. It could be said that all the countries and powers with the ability to monitor outer space were shaken. Very soon, the news leaked out and the whole world was in an uproar. No one had expected such a major event to happen today. It was too sudden and terrifying. Gods and devils. There are gods and devils standing on the meteorites. They seem to be their tools that have driven the remains of the stars here. Following which, all the major countries were shaken. Even though the higher-ups were mentally prepared after the upheaval and had strong mental fortitude, they still couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This was simply heaven and earth changing. Everyone realized that the Earth had entered a new chapter and was completely different from the past. In outer space, the 4 meteorites streaked through the icy void and neared the Earth satellite. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted as an orbiting space station was directly struck. It disintegrated in an instant and caused an intense explosion. On Earth, everyone who saw this scene felt their bodies go cold. Were they coming with ill intentions? Or was it just a coincidence? The expressions of the higher-ups of the various countries changed. The consequences of this matter were too serious, following which all kinds of satellite images were transmitted to the ground. All the countries with the ability to monitor were watching closely and capturing the 4 meteorites' clear trajectories. To be more precise, they were 4 meteorites. They were very large and full of potholes. Some of them were made of metal, which had condensed into a metallic texture after being melted. The 4 figures each stood on a meteorite, unmoving like statues. They were cold and tenacious, not even frowning when they crashed into the space station. They were all wearing heavy armor, and even part of their faces were covered. Only a pair of eyes could be seen, and they were cold and gloomy. Oh my God, the gods and demons are descending. Quick, watch the live broadcast on Shenzhou TV. The mythical world has appeared, and the Earth may usher in the age of gods and demons. After the news was leaked, everyone was in an uproar. That was because, after careful consideration, the various countries didn't conceal the truth. Instead, they started a live broadcast at the first possible moment, informing everyone of what happened in outer space. Everyone was paying attention to the major events in the outer realms. The several hundred-meter-long meteors flew across the sky. Their speed inexplicably slowed down, and then they actually began to circle around the Earth. Which galaxy are you from? At this moment, the golden-haired man with pure white wings on his back soared into the sky. He had returned. He was handsome and sunny, but at this moment, his expression was grave as he stared at the uninvited guests on the 4 meteorites. Yen #%, yen #%, one of them spoke. His voice was oppressive, and the energy fluctuations were astonishing. At the very least, he was much stronger than the evolvers on Earth. This was a strange language that couldn't be understood. Afterward, the two sides communicated through spiritual fluctuations. Because they came from different starry skies, their languages were completely different, and so they could only communicate on the spiritual level. Boom! Soon after, people saw them clash and actually exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, the meteorites disintegrated and broke apart, producing a terrifying destructive force. The satellites flying past were all smashed into pieces, and a great explosion occurred. Everyone on the ground was overwhelmed with shock. The overflowing energy was so terrifying that the creatures of the outer realms were fighting in outer space. What would happen if such creatures were to descend to Earth? Everyone was terrified because that kind of method, that kind of attack power, could easily destroy a mountain. How many mountains were there on Earth for them to destroy? If a large number of such creatures were to descend, the entire Earth would become an abyss of suffering and become a broken battlefield. Soon after, the beautiful lady with fluttering black hair in her purple dress rose into the air with a secret weapon in her hand. The giant multicolored tiger also arrived. However, the demon-like creatures on the other 3 meteorites also moved to obstruct them. The golden-haired man with the divine wings on his back fought fiercely against the indifferent armored creature. The others were confronting each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Let's fight. It's best if both sides suffer and all die in outer space. This was what many people on the ground were thinking. Once such tyrannical creatures descended, who would be able to keep them in check? Bang, bang, bang. They fought fiercely, and all kinds of energy and matter engulfed everything, blooming with dazzling splendor in outer space. However, just as people were anticipating the arrival of the decisive battle and the participation of the other creatures, the battle suddenly stopped and ended just like that. The remaining 3 meteorites approached each other and pieced them together. The people from both sides landed on the meteorites at the same time. They no longer confronted each other and actually began to discuss in secret. Outer space was quiet. The two sides actually reached an agreement after talking. They don't want both sides to suffer. They'll most likely form an alliance and descend to Earth together. Someone guessed that this result was very bad. As such, outer space became quiet and nothing could be detected. That was because the two parties were sitting cross-legged on the meteorites and communicating spiritually. Neither of them moved at all. Chu Feng's group hadn't even left the Qinling Mountains when some people's communicators rang incessantly. They were receiving all kinds of news. A new descender has arrived. A fierce battle has broken out in outer space. A black divine bird has swooped down to Earth. It successfully passed. Everyone cried out in alarm. Chu Feng also browsed the news on his communicator at the first moment and then saw the astonishing scene. This was an earth-shattering event. The outer realm creatures fought and then sat down for peace talks. No one knew what the result would be. Now, everyone was concerned about where that blackbird had landed and how it was doing. Chu Feng paid special attention. This was a descender of the present age, and it seemed he was extremely powerful. What kind of waves would a true extraterrestrial creature cause if it appeared on Earth? He didn't feel much when a creature descended 22 years ago because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Princess Lin, Feng Hong, Su Mei, and the others were even more concerned than Chu Feng. They stared nervously at their communicators with solemn expressions. They were the descendants of the group of descenders from 22 years ago and understood more than the Earthlings. They were deeply aware that a terrifying competitor had arrived. It could even be said that the enemy had arrived. This made them feel extremely uneasy. That was because the natives of Earth posed no threat to them and possessed no destructive power. Their true opponents were in outer space. As fellow Descenders, they were destined to compete. The era of bloodshed had arrived. The new Descenders were destined to view the previous group as competitors. Once they met, it meant that an intense battle would ensue. The enemy has arrived. Are we ready? Someone asked. Don't be anxious. We don't have to fight to the death. Everything is possible, said Princess Lin. Although she said this, she still contacted the experts of the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave at the first instance. She told the hibernating creatures to be on guard and to awaken the sleeping ones. At this moment, there was another group of people on Earth with solemn expressions. They were the higher-ups of various countries. That was because before the black bird descended, the golden-haired man with the divine wings, the purple-clothed young beauty, and the brightly colored tiger had contacted the ground. That could be considered a secret discussion where they had reached an initial agreement. Now that the black divine bird had descended, all the countries were naturally paying close attention. The 7 creatures in outer space were silent, and the satellites couldn't capture anything. Everyone's attention was focused on that mysterious, demonic bird. Where did it land? Everyone was staring at him nervously. Boom! The earth quaked and mountains swayed. A certain mountain ridge in the Hunan region was smashed to pieces. A pitch-black creature roared and struggled to stand up from the collapsed mountain. This was a giant bird as large as a mountain. Its entire body was scorched black, and all of its feathers had been burned clean. Moreover, there was a charred smell coming from its body. Apart from that, there were a few terrifying wounds on its body. Some of them were so deep that bones could be seen, and some parts were even transparent. It was difficult to imagine what kind of energy corrosion it had encountered during its descent. However, it had survived. At this moment, it raised its head high and black light erupted from its eyes like 2 bolts of black lightning. It let out a resounding cry that shook hundreds of miles. Target discovered. It landed in the eastern Earth and not the west. According to the previous agreement, it will choose a famed mountain in the east as its evolution ground. It's within the Hunan region. It's seriously injured, but the energy emitted from its body is extremely terrifying. It far surpasses the most powerful beings on Earth. All the major powers of the various countries were extremely nervous and were carefully monitoring the situation. This was an extraterrestrial entity, an incomparably powerful descender. It was like a legend that had arrived from another star system. Chu Feng stared at the communicator and observed the creature through the image. He wanted to judge just how powerful it was. Princess Lin, Zhou Yun, Feng Hong, and the others wore incomparably solemn expressions. No one was joking anymore. They were all looking at the latest news and weighing its strength. After a loud cry, the vicious bird's body began to emit black light and raging flames. The wounds on its body gradually healed and feathers began to grow out. It stared at an item on the ground. It was a crude product made by a supreme, evolved being. It was a banana leaf with runes carved on it. It was similar to the golden Arhut talisman, but it was even more exquisite. At the very least, it could be used repeatedly. However, it had now shattered and turned into fine powder. It couldn't bring down weapons that were too powerful. Only this one was suitable, but it had been destroyed. A strange syllable came out of its mouth, as if it was incomparably regretful. It was muttering something to itself, but it wasn't the language of Earth at all. No one could understand it. Following which, it opened its mouth and switched to Earth's language. However, it was somewhat retro and the syllables weren't standard. This language was rather unfamiliar to it. I'm coming. I'll conquer and rise here. Boom! Black light erupted from its body as feathers rapidly grew out. They resembled black gold and emitted a bone-piercing cold light. Its blood energy surged and its entire body's aura was astonishing. Energy monitoring shows that it's an entity with at least 7 severed shackles. It might even have severed 8 or even 9. It's unpredictable and extremely dangerous. This kind of report shocked all the evolvers in the world. They were all trembling in fear. This was definitely an undefeatable bird king. At this time, Princess Lin was feeling distressed. Was this a creature with 8 or 9 severed shackles? It was definitely going to be troublesome. This was just the beginning, yet such a powerful creature had already descended. What would happen in the future? Apparently, the expressions of their elders had changed drastically. As expected, after Princess Lin contacted the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave once more, the people there were in a heavy mood. One bird king was still acceptable, but it would be terrible if more descended. Comparatively speaking, Chu Feng was quite relaxed. At the very least, everyone knew he was crippled and didn't possess the ability to compete on the path of evolution. Moreover, he was a domain researcher and everyone would try to rope him in. However, his relaxed expression didn't last long before his expression changed. That was because there was new news. Amidst the collapsed mountain ridge, the blackbird's aura was terrifying. Black light surged as it healed all of its wounds, and new feathers grew out from its body. The monitoring shows that its energy level is decreasing. Initial judgment is that it has consumed too much energy to repair its wounded body. Its vitality has been greatly damaged. Boom! With a loud explosion, the bird spread its wings, shattering all the monitoring instruments around it. It soared into the air, gazed in a certain direction, and swooped down rapidly. At this time, it was like a thick bolt of black lightning as it streaked across the Hunan region. In the end, it arrived at Mount Song and circled there, stirring up violent gales. Many large trees were snapped and hundreds of thousands of leaves fell. From now on, this is my evolutionary arena. It opened its mouth, and its voice was like the collision of metal. It was powerful and ear-piercing, shaking the entire mountain forest. Chu Feng's expression was naturally unsightly after receiving this news. His parents were in the Great Woods Temple on Mount Song. For the fastest novel reading, please visit. Chapter 368. The blackbird circled in the air, its whole body emitting a cold metallic luster. In truth, when it flapped its wings, a metallic sound rang out. Its feathers were really no different from black gold. At this time, the whole world was paying close attention. All the major powers of various countries were watching intently. This was an extraterrestrial creature that had just descended. They all wanted to see its next move. Whoosh! Gales swept the earth, sending sand and stones flying. The blackbird descended. It was 800 meters long, and its wingspan was 1,500 to 600 meters. It was a terrifying scene. It was descending toward the main peak of Mount Song. Black energy overflowed and formed a whirlpool, crushing the mountain rocks and tearing apart large areas of the forest. Dao friend, welcome to our humble temple. An old ape appeared. He stood upright with his hands clasped together in a Buddhist salute. He had a benevolent expression on his face as he greeted the bird in the sky. Didn't you hear what I said? The black bird interrupted him and swooped down with violent astral winds. Puffed. The old ape coughed up blood. He was actually unable to block this attack. After being struck by a mass of black energy, his entire body was sent flying and almost fell off the cliff. The old ape was shocked and furious. He had spoken politely but was directly attacked. However, he was shaken inwardly. This extraterrestrial creature was truly too powerful and far surpassed his imagination. Its energy erupted and was simply unstoppable. There were people monitoring from the distant peaks and satellites tracking and recording from the sky. People from all over the world saw this scene and were all shaken. Just how powerful was this black divine bird? That was because they all knew of this old ape's true strength. He was a supreme king and the first creature to establish a sect after the upheavals. He had established the Great Woods Temple on the 1,000-year-old ruins of Mount Song and had once shaken the world. Moreover, his strength had been tested by many kings. Back then, many people had come to attack Mount Song, but he had ultimately won and occupied this place. It was reported that he could be ranked among the top 10 experts of the East, but now he had been seriously injured by a single attack from this blackbird. All the evolvers in all parts of the world were silent. The Earth was welcoming a new chapter. The era of the Descenders had arrived, and everything was about to change. Mount Song's Great Woods Temple, the first sect to appear, had encountered a great crisis. I've already said that this is my place of evolution. It only belongs to me. It is no longer your monastery, said the blackbird. The old ape's eyes shone brightly as it stared at the ferocious bird. It was truly enraged because this bird king was too tyrannical. It had seized its training ground just like that and was acting so contemptuously. However, the old ape held back because it knew that it was no match for the bird king. If it really fought, it would only die in vain because the disparity between them was too great. That was because the other party's level of evolution was higher than his own. At the very least, it was an existence with 7 or even 8 severed shackles. He was only at the 6th severed shackle and had no way to contend against it. Since Dao Friend thinks highly of this mountain, we'll retreat and let you have it. The old ape was very decisive and straightforward. He called out to his disciples and grand-disciples and was about to leave. He was quite bold. He directly abandoned Mount Song without the slightest bit of hesitation. The black bird landed on the ground and erupted with black light, following which it transformed into the appearance of a young man with black hair draped over his shoulders. He was clad in a set of dark golden armor and looked extremely heroic and extraordinary. There was a black rock mark on his forehead. He was arrogant and untamed. His eyes were like black lightning as he stood on a giant rock and looked down at the old ape. He revealed a faint smile and said, "You're not bad. You're quite a character, and your strength isn't bad either. From now on, you'll follow me and be my servant. I need someone like you." You. The old ape's temper wasn't bad, but at this moment his eyes were wide open in anger. This bird king was too excessive. Not only had it seized his training ground, but it also wanted to take him as a servant. Not only you, I've taken in everyone on this mountain. How can a mature training ground not have some servants? Said the blackbird. At this point, he didn't allow the old ape to speak or resist. He raised his hand and black energy suffused the air. Several small flags carved from magnetic crystals flew out from his hand and stabbed into the ground in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire main peak of Mount Song had become hazy. The outside world could no longer see clearly. I'm the Dark Rock King. This mountain is my training ground. All trespassers will be killed without mercy. The Dark Rock King's arrogant words rang out coldly and reverberated through the entire area, reaching hundreds of kilometers away. Momentarily, the entire world was shaken. This extraterrestrial was a rock. It was truly powerful and domineering. It had directly invaded Mount Song and taken in the original owner as a servant. Many evolvers were dumbfounded. Who could contend against such a tyrannical bird? Doubtlessly, none of the king-level entities on Earth could compare to this black rock. The disparity was too great. The old ape was already a supreme king, but he was still easily captured. Everyone trembled. This was only a single descender. If a large number of them appeared, then it would be unimaginable. Many people realized that a new era had arrived and a legend had reappeared. The natives of Earth might be in big trouble because such an entity was simply impossible to contend against. Rock? Is this a mythical creature? Why is it black? Shouldn't it be golden? It's over. The Earth's worst era has arrived. Perhaps there will be a resplendent bloom, but that's only for the descenders. Some people were pessimistic. They felt that the world's descent into darkness was about to begin. Chu Feng watched the live broadcast through the news and witnessed everything. His heart burned with fury, but at the same time, he was worried about his parents on Mount Song. He sighed. Perhaps there was no way to hide his strength anymore. Everything had come to an end, and he might have no choice but to reveal himself. This was a tempest. The extraterrestrial rock had occupied Mount Song and proclaimed himself king. He had designated the area as a forbidden zone that outsiders had no choice but to disturb. This caused a heated discussion throughout the world. Everyone was speculating just how powerful the Dark Rock King was. In the end, people came to a unanimous conclusion after various energy monitoring data. The Dark Rock King should be an entity with 8 severed shackles. This level was too terrifying. Even the old woman, Li Changhe, and the others had only severed their 7th shackle, and they had descended 22 years ago. Chu Feng couldn't stay here any longer. He wanted to go to Mount Song. Oh, I heard Chu Feng's parents are also on Mount Song and are being protected by that old ape. It seems something has happened to them as well. This kind of rumor spread abruptly. Although some people knew about it before, it wasn't widely spread. Now, someone was leaking it on purpose. Suddenly, there was another hot topic among the people. What would Chu Feng do? With his identity as a domain researcher, Chu Feng will most likely use this opportunity to climb the mountain and cooperate with that bird king to rescue his parents. But it seems that the rock is quite tyrannical. Don't tell me he'll directly accept him as a servant? Many people were discussing this matter. Princess Lin immediately communicated with Chu Feng and expressed her willingness to help. If Chu Feng were to join the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave, she would consider sending people to negotiate with the Dark Rock King. Chu Feng frowned. Asking him to join the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave would really be stamping him with their brand. He felt that Linoy's words were reasonable. It wasn't a good time to join this faction because the new Descenders would most likely start a war with them. It wasn't a wise choice for him to join a side rashly. Moreover, he wasn't willing to do so from the bottom of his heart. It was just that his parents were trapped on Mount Song, so he had no choice but to consider the possibility of cooperating with the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave. I want you guys to make the first move and save my parents. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more trouble there will be, said Chu Feng. Princess Lin shook her head and said, "You have to know that forcefully charging into the mountain to save your parents is a vile act. The later Descenders will think that we will fight them to the death and force them to join forces. Then do you have any way to save my parents?" Chu Feng frowned. "We can use soft power to talk. We can send people to make contact with it and talk to it in detail. There's a chance we can save your parents and leave the mountain," said Qilin. Chu Feng was fairly dissatisfied. How long would he have to wait? That rock didn't seem to have a good temper. If it were to fly into a rage and start a massacre, the consequences would be unbearable. "Your actions are too slow," Chu Feng said. He directly told Qilin that this lacked sincerity. Moreover, Chu Feng had clearly stated that the battle between the old and new Descenders would be unavoidable. There was no benefit in joining the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave like this. He couldn't even see the hope of saving his parents in the short term. Princess Lin said, "We won't necessarily start a war with the new Descenders. This time, we're using soft power to save your parents because we have this in mind. We don't want both sides to misjudge and define each other as enemies." Chu Feng shook his head. He couldn't afford to wait. The other Descender descendants all wore faint smiles. In their eyes, if Chu Feng didn't cooperate with them, who else could he find? They were currently the most powerful force. "Brother Chu Feng, don't misjudge. The conditions for joining our Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave aren't too harsh. If you don't agree, we really can't help you negotiate," Feng Hong said with a faint smile. The others were also of the same opinion. They believed that he could only seek help from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave. Even Princess Lin was certain that Chu Feng had no other way. She revealed a gentle and charming smile and continued to persuade him. However, Chu Feng immediately turned around and didn't continue the conversation. "Where's that damned old Taoist?" He thought of that old Taoist with unfathomable strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't contact the grandfather and grandson duo at all. No one knew where they had run off to. He guessed that the old Taoist was quite depressed, but would emit barks whenever he circulated his energy. He was most likely exploring an uninhabited area. "The Peng has already severed 8 shackles? Then I'll take action myself." Chu Feng secretly made this decision. But before he left, he still contacted various experts and asked them to send people to Mount Song to mediate on his behalf. If he could avoid taking action, Chu Feng wasn't willing to take action at the moment. He wanted to keep a low profile and increase his strength in secret. That was because the world would soon be in a state of turmoil. Large numbers of descenders would appear, and a great war would ensue. Toad, let's go. Chu Feng left directly outside of Mount Qinling. He simply waved at everyone without saying anything. Chu Feng, don't act rashly. Only we can help you. Princess Lin shouted from behind. Feng Hong sneered. He doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. I don't believe he can solve the problem on his own. In the end, he'll have to come and beg us. Chu Feng rode away on the toad and disappeared into the forest. Bad news arrived. Some kings have been entrusted by Chu Feng to send people to Mount Song to mediate. In the end, some were killed and some were chased out. Domain researcher Chu Feng. Is he famous? If he wants to save his parents, let him come himself. If his attainments in the field of domains are high enough, I'll take him in as a servant. He'll follow behind me like the old ape. These are the Dark Rock King's words. So much so that there were even more tyrannical words. He clearly told that if Chu Feng's reputation was undeserved and his attainments in the field of domains weren't high, then he should scram and not appear. Otherwise, he would be killed without mercy. The world was in an uproar after this news came out. Everyone realized that this Peng was indeed arrogant and domineering. It completely looked down on all life on Earth with a condescending attitude. 10 days. I'll only wait 10 days for him. If he doesn't report in as a servant, then don't appear again. Even more tyrannical words arrived. These were the Dark Rock King's words. Evolvers from all over the world were astonished and shaken. This extraterrestrial rock was too powerful and arrogant. Chu Feng was infuriated. The other party had captured his parents and even threatened and belittled him. This was intolerable. He muttered to himself, "It seems that I really have to break my vows. There's no way to keep a low profile anymore. I'm going to kill this bird." He felt that 10 days was enough for the little grinding stone to transform completely. At that time, he would be able to use the energy within his body to sever his seventh shackle. On Mount Song, the injured old ape was talking to the Dark Rock King. He told him that Chu Feng was a rare domain researcher with high attainments, and that he couldn't be humiliated like this. In truth, the Dark Rock King had also investigated Chu Feng's strength and was also startled. However, he had always been unruly and had a wild temperament. He said without the slightest bit of regret, "Since this king has already said so, then it's no big deal. There's no need to change anything. I'll wait for him to submit. If he doesn't appear, then he'll have to bear the consequences." 5 days passed by in a flash. Chu Feng calmly adjusted his state and prepared for battle. Time passed by quickly, and the 8th day arrived in the blink of an eye. A crisp sound came from within his body as the substance wrapped around the grinding stone shattered and dispersed the mist. A simple black and white grinding stone appeared. It seemed capable of crushing the heaven and earth, communicating with yin and yang, piercing through life and death as it rotated slowly within his body. In the blink of an eye, the energy within Chu Feng's body rose sharply as vast amounts of mysterious factors were drawn in. Then they were purified and the quality of the energy within his body rose rapidly. "Little bird, you're dead for sure." Chu Feng opened his eyes. He was currently in the Hunan region and not too far from Mount Song. He immediately set out. Currently, the energy within his body was surging. He was certain that he would be able to sever his 7th shackle and evolve on his own without eating any mutant fruits. Hey, isn't that Chu Feng? Many people revealed astonished expressions when they saw Chu Feng along the way. In truth, a large number of evolved beings had rushed to the vicinity of Mount Song to observe. There were also some who believed that Chu Feng would come here and wanted to see what kind of choice he would make. "Chu Feng, are you really going to rely on the Dark Rock King?" someone asked at the foot of Mount Song. "I'm here to kill that little bird." Chu Feng replied simply and climbed the mountain step by step. Chapter 369. Kill a Little Bird. These 3 words spread across the internet and went viral. Everyone was stunned because no one had expected someone to say such words at such a critical juncture. Just how powerful was the Dark Rock King? This was an extraterrestrial entity that had come from outer space. The energy density around its body was so high that it almost caused the monitoring instruments to explode. It had only taken action once, yet it had already suppressed the first founding elder ape. It was as easy as flipping its hand. This terrifying entity was suspected to have severed 8 shackles. To the evolvers on Earth, it was like an insurmountable mountain. And now, someone had said such words, "Kill a little bird." These 3 words were filled with ridicule and disdain. They actually dared to do such a thing. This was challenging an undefeatable enemy. It was tantamount to overturning a majestic divine mountain. No one believed that this kind of challenge would succeed. Especially when people found out who had said these 3 words, they were even more astonished. It's actually Chu Feng. Is he going to Mount Song to save his parents? But speaking such arrogant words won't do him any good. Some people frowned and were worried for him. There were also some who laughed after the initial shock. They were rejoicing in his misfortune and waiting to watch a good show. They felt that he had gone too far this time. What right did he have to challenge an extraterrestrial entity? Some people sighed. In the past, Chu Feng was indeed stunning. He wasn't that old, but he had already surpassed many old kings and walked at the forefront of the evolved race. For a period of time, it could be said that he was unrivaled and could sweep through all kinds of enemies. But now, there was a major problem with his body after the rapid upheavals. He had already withdrawn from the evolved stage, so how could he compete with others? Many people sympathized with him. It was an incomparable pity for such a talent to fade into obscurity. But there were also many people who felt that Chu Feng had gone mad. His actions this time would surely bring about a great calamity. Boss, what's wrong? Don't take things too hard. We've received accurate information from the National Mutant Organization. That animal has severed his 8th shackle and is already unrivaled under the heavens. Don't be stupid. Clairvoyant Du Huaijin, clairaudient Ouyang Qing, Yi Qing Ru, and Chen Luoyin immediately contacted Chu Feng. All of them were extremely anxious, afraid that Chu Feng would send himself to his death. I, your boss, am unparalleled in the world. How could I send myself to die? After the call connected, Chu Feng didn't say much. He told them to be at ease and then decisively ended the call. There were a lot of evolvers in the vicinity of Mount Song, not to say that they were everywhere. There were people in every part of the forest, and there were shadows hiding behind every boulder. Brother Chu Feng, you have to think twice before you act. You can't be rash in this kind of matter. Some people tried to dissuade him out of goodwill because they felt that he was going to throw his life away. Brother Chu, we understand your feelings. You urgently want to save your parents, but there's no hope of victory against that extraterrestrial rock. In the forest behind the rocks, some people appeared one after another and tried to persuade him sincerely. Chu Feng cupped his hands in all directions and said, "Thank you for your kind reminders, but I don't believe in superstitions. Today I'm going to climb to the peak of Mount Song and see how powerful that demonic bird is." Brother, don't be rash. It's not that we're looking down on you, but we really have no way to resist. Chu Feng continued to climb the mountain and said without turning back, "I'll treat everyone to rock meat later." Many people shook their heads, thinking that he was crazy. Some people want to say, how are you going to fight after being crippled? Are you going to rely on domains? But you just entered that domain not long ago. Are you reliable? Some people even sneered and watched him leave, waiting to see the demonic bird kill him. After all, Chu Feng had offended many races in the past. Now, they were all waiting to watch the show, so much so that some people were slandering him. People should know their own limits. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. I feel that he's still living in his own fantasy world. He still thinks he's the Demon King Chu of the past and can intimidate a region. But he's purely courting death. Just watch the show. You guys come and guess how that demon rock will torture him to death. Some people ridiculed and didn't think highly of Chu Feng at all. They felt that he was courting death and that it was no different from suicide. There were many evolved beings in the vicinity of Mount Song. That was because the extraterrestrials had arrived on Earth and occupied Mount Song. The effects of this matter were too great and could be considered a global storm. Every country had dispatched experts to investigate and understand the latest developments. There were also people from various major powers, not just humans, but many beast races and even marine race experts had arrived. The entire world was paying close attention to Mount Song. This land had become the hottest place on Earth. Everyone wanted to know what the Dark Rock King was going to do next, and what his attitude was toward the natives of Earth. Now that Chu Feng was determined to ascend the mountain, many people filmed and spread the news. This caused great waves in the outside world. No one knew why he was so confident and dared to act in such a manner. Chu Feng, why did you act first? Didn't you say you'd wait for us? We'll arrive tomorrow. Yellow Cattle communicated with Chu Feng. After a long period of depression, a group of great demons from Mount Kunlun was about to come into being. Don't worry. Don't you understand me? Suicide and throwing away my life isn't my style. Chu Feng told the Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others not to worry. Later on, Hu Sheng, Xiong Kuan, and the other beast race experts also contacted Chu Feng, following which Jiang Luoxin and Lu Shiyin also found Chu Feng and advised him not to ascend the mountain. Everyone who was familiar with him agreed that he wouldn't have a good ending if he went to see the Dark Rock King like this. Why don't you go up yourself? I'll go back. The toad spoke. He was also scared because everyone along the way was looking at them as though they were dead people. It could be said that the entire world didn't think highly of them. Shut up. Chu Feng kicked him. The entire world was paying attention to Mount Song because there was an extraterrestrial expert here. Now that Chu Feng had arrived, he naturally became the center of attention. Many people from all over the world cast their gazes over. They were astonished and began to pay attention to his movements. What would be the outcome of someone challenging the extraterrestrial race's might? This was what they wanted to know. In fact, the program team immediately arranged for staff stationed near Mount Song to follow and film Chu Feng. They wanted to do a live broadcast. Chu Feng, don't be impulsive. Sigh, the Hollow Jade Temple owes you too much. I don't even have the face to face you. But now, I can't help but call you to stop you. Lu Tong's voice was somewhat hoarse on the other end. The old man felt that he had let Chu Feng down. He had been depressed during this period and didn't look for him. Chu Feng said, "Old man, don't take responsibility for yourself. What happened to my body has nothing to do with you. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I can't be bothered to bicker with some people right now, but I don't mind eliminating them when I'm free. Enough, my stomach hurts." Chu Feng suddenly ended the call. He wasn't speaking nonsense because his stomach really was in pain. To be more precise, his stomach was growling like a large bug. He was so hungry that he was flustered because he had severed his 7th shackle along the way. He had rushed all the way here and only severed his 7th shackle when he was close to Mount Song. He was worried that he would starve before the battle. Normally, he would be able to maintain a peaceful state for a period of time after severing his shackle. But now, it seemed he couldn't endure it any longer. "I'm so hungry." Chu Feng hurriedly found a piece of cooked meat from the pristine jade bottle to eat. However, he still felt that he wasn't full. That was because he had evolved to a higher level. The energy within the food he had stored up before was almost exhausted. The pristine jade bottle was very special in that it could preserve the freshness of the meat, but the energy would dissipate after a long time. He needed fresh meat and a powerful king-level entity. Now, Chu Feng couldn't help but drool as he looked at the toad. Damn! The toad felt its hair stand on end. It wanted to turn around and run away. This person was too dangerous. Why was he drooling whenever he saw him? The toad had misunderstood. It saw Chu Feng's pupils emitting a green light and began to think of something bad. The toad protested. "Let me tell you, this grandpa isn't a vegetarian. If you dare come over, I'll kill myself if I can't beat you to death." "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and go up the mountain." This time, Chu Feng had severed his shackle in his lungs. This region was of great significance to him because it was one of the most important places to practice his breathing technique. After severing this region, his lungs would produce a gust of metallic qi that was even more powerful than a flying sword. This kind of special ability would make many people sigh in admiration. That was because some powerful evolutionary orthodoxies would nurture sword qi in the lungs and turn it into a special flying sword. Once the metallic qi was produced, a white radiance would sweep through the heaven and earth. So much so that many people felt that it was even more powerful than a real flying sword. Now, he was extremely hungry. His breathing was heavy, and there was a white mist circulating between his nose and mouth. That was the metallic qi with astonishing killing power. Very few people could nurture such qi. At this time, people were still looking for Chu Feng as he climbed up the mountain. Lin Oi told him to protect himself and not to act rashly. Following which, people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave also contacted him. They said that if Chu Feng was willing to join them, he should go down the mountain immediately. They would negotiate with the Dark Rock King, and that he wouldn't have to throw his life away. Chu Feng refused immediately. Later on, Princess Lin contacted him personally and told him that they had invited a true descender from the North Pole within Hunan's borders. He was a peerless expert. Chu Feng, join us. You can't defeat the Dark Rock on your own. No matter how powerful your attainments and domains are, you won't be able to injure it in the slightest, Princess Lin persuaded. She warned Chu Feng that acting rashly would not only fail to save his parents, but would also cause him to die a miserable death. All of this wasn't worth it. How could Chu Feng lower his head? He was now full of confidence and wanted nothing more than to kill his way up the mountain to eat that rock. He was so hungry that he couldn't bear it. I'm peerless under the heavens. It's just a little bird. I'll kill on horseback. There's no need to say more. If you really want to help me, go up the mountain and do it. Princess Lin said after hearing this, I won't persuade you if you insist on doing things your own way. Although I really want to help you, this senior only protects his own people. You haven't joined the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave yet. Finally, I want to say that you're too stupid. What are you saying? Chu Feng didn't like what she was hearing. I'll bet with you. Let's see if I'm stupid or if you guys think too highly of yourselves. As I see it, descenders are just that kind of thing. Apparently, there were some people from the North Pole beside Princess Lin. They were all angry and felt that his words were quite grating. Princess Lin spoke with a faint smile. What do you want to bet? I'm going to kill that little bird. I'm betting on myself. You should also bet on yourself, Chu Feng said frivolously. Fine. Princess Lin clenched her teeth. She was quite angry now. When Chu Feng said he was peerless under the heavens and emphasized that he was going to kill that little bird, it was broadcasted live and caused a huge commotion. Some people said he was too arrogant, others shook their heads and laughed, and some couldn't bear to look at him. No one believed he could win and that he would die without a doubt. Apparently, people from all over the world felt that Chu Feng had sunk into some kind of hysterical state. Toad, go up the mountain. Chu Feng patted the toad and made it speed up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As they approached the main peak, Chu Feng handed the 4 dragon locking pillars to the toad and had it throw them out to lock down the peak of Mount Song. Meanwhile, he himself threw out magnetic crystals and deployed a domain. Others thought he wanted to use the domain to kill the rock, but in truth, Chu Feng was just setting up a trap. He was afraid that the extraterrestrial would fly away after being defeated. Chapter 370. Far behind them was a group of people filming. After hearing the toad's cry, they threw down their equipment and fled in fright. The shout almost scared them out of their wits. Even the evolvers from all over the world at the foot of the mountain were trembling in fear. That Chu Feng had gone mad, and so had his toad mount. Retreat. Retreat far enough. Someone roared. That was because they felt that the duo on the mountain was too much of a scam. Being so ostentatious and tyrannical would only incur the wrath of the devil bird. This was simply too daring. blocking the door and shouting at the little bird to accept its death. Not to mention a great rock. Even an intelligent sparrow would fight them to the death. The group of people fled in panic, but they didn't leave completely. Instead, they chose to stay on a distant mountain peak where it was safe enough to continue watching. They were all evolvers from various organizations, and there was no lack of king-level entities among them. They had only come here to see just how powerful this invincible extraterrestrial was. However, the mountain was completely silent without the slightest movement. Many people were flabbergasted. Why hadn't the Rock Demon King come out after all this shouting? The group of people who want to follow along and take pictures, but ended up being scared shitless, looked at each other in dismay, feeling that it was unimaginable. Someone boldly ran back, hung the recording equipment on a tree, and placed it on a rock. Then, he began to run away. In any case, they had done their best and left their equipment to film automatically. How strange. Why hasn't that big bird come out? The toad was suspicious. It suspected that the rock might not be on the mountain and had run off to hunt for food. Hey, stupid bird, this grandpa is here. Hurry up and kneel down to greet me. The toad put on an arrogant appearance, as if it were an unrivaled expert. In the distance, the group was speechless. This was too arrogant. At this time, the group from the North Pole had arrived. One of them sneered, truly courting death. I can guarantee that it will be slapped to death in the next moment. However, the toad's spittle flew in all directions as if in response to his words. However, no one came out and it was still hopping about. The person who had spoken from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave turned dark. This was too strange and incomparably abnormal. That devil bird's temper was too good. Why hadn't it come out yet? There's no need to overthink it. They're dead for sure. At this time, a middle-aged woman from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave spoke. She was very beautiful and had an indifferent expression. Clearly, she was an expert. Meanwhile, at this moment, Chi Lin was accompanying a cloaked individual. This individual's face was even covered. He was extremely mysterious and didn't say a single word. Everyone was paying attention. In fact, many people from all over the world were watching the live broadcast. Their eyes were focused on Mount Song. What's going on? That bird was scared away by me. Don't tell me it's a fake. The toad was doubtful. Chu Feng stepped forward and said, All right, are you done talking? Then step aside. There's a domain here and it's sealed off the mountain. It won't be able to hear you no matter how fiercely you curse. Toad, yen%, and the toad's mouth was dry. After cursing for such a long time, it had been told that it was playing the lute to a cow. The people inside couldn't even hear it, so it didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. It squinted at Feng, which meant, Aren't you being too immoral? Chu Feng strode forward. He didn't break his own domain and, instead, began to take action. He searched for other targets in the mist and picked up one small magnetic crystal flag after another. This kind of object wasn't very big. It was as long as a palm and was entirely black and emitting a black glow. Afterwards, Chu Feng glanced down the mountain and said, Everyone, I'll treat you to rock meat in a while. With that, he picked up the last small flag and walked in with large strides. There were many temples on the main peak of Mount Song. Among them, there was a 1,000-year-old temple that was emitting Buddhist radiance along with surging black light. A man clad in black metallic armor suddenly opened his eyes. He was the Dark Rock King and was sitting cross-legged in the main hall. He had been recuperating in seclusion these days. That was because he had dived down from outer space and was attacked by the mysterious energy permeating the earth. He had almost died and was now recovering from his injuries. Although he had successfully passed through the barrier and arrived on Earth, he had paid a great price. All the weapons he had on him had been destroyed. Humph, you really aren't afraid of death. He had sensed everything the moment he opened his eyes because he was sufficiently powerful. With a swoosh, he vanished from his original position amidst astral winds and arrived before the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered in black light as he stood on a giant rock and looked down at Chu Feng. His expression changed slightly after seeing the small magnetic crystal flag in Chu Feng's hand. However, His expression soon became calm and said, "You're that domain researcher. What's your name again?" He spoke in ancient China's language. Although it was a bit choppy, it was enough for people to understand. He was currently quite calm as he observed Chu Feng from above. At this time, Chu Feng was also sizing him up in detail. The Dark Rock King looked quite extraordinary after transforming into human form. He was tall and straight with a head of long black hair hanging down to his waist. His skin was fair and fairly handsome, but it was so pale that it seemed a bit sickly. His eyes were deep and abstruse. The metallic armor on his body was quite fitting. It was formed from feathers and was flowing with a cold luster and possessed a metallic texture. Overall, although his face was somewhat pale, his entire being was still filled with a wild nature and seemed quite untamed. At the very least, he was looking at Chu Feng with a completely disdainful attitude. There was arrogance within his confidence, as if he were looking at a lowly species. He was a rock and had always been arrogant. He looked down on many races. Chu Feng didn't reply and was instead sensing his parents' situation. His divine instincts were astonishing, and he could sense everything in his surroundings with just a slight spread of his spiritual energy. First, he discovered the old ape. His energy level was much higher than the others. The old ape had been sealed and was in a fairly bad state. Many of his bones were broken, and his body was covered in blood. Additionally, he sensed a group of apes and his parents. They were all locked up and in a daze, but their lives weren't in danger. "Did you suppress them?" Chu Feng asked. "It's just a slightly powerful ape. I accepted him as a servant out of good intentions, but he didn't know how to cherish this opportunity," said the Dark Rock King. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the others and simply locked them up. That was because the only one he liked was the old ape. The others could only be used to serve tea and trim flowers. His standards were extremely high, and only powerful king-class entities could enter his sights. Chu Feng was completely relieved at this point. His parents were locked up in the back mountain, and the worst off was the old ape. He was being tortured quite miserably. You being able to enter proves that your attainments and domains aren't bad. Are you here to be my servant? The Dark Rock King stared fixedly at him without any fluctuations on his fair countenance. In short, he was quite arrogant and considered Chu Feng a fairly good follower. However, it was impossible for the latter to be on equal footing with him. Rumble! Chu Feng's stomach growled. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva in passing and stared at the rock with a smile gradually appearing on his face. "What are you smiling about? Your bad habits are quite despicable, showing all kinds of emotions at the drop of a hat. I need a servant with a heart of steel." The Dark Rock King spoke with a disdainful expression. As he saw it, humans had too many emotions and showed too much joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. It was quite unnecessary. The smile on Chu Feng's face grew wider. He had already estimated this Rock King's strength. "You dare laugh in front of me? How impudent!" The Dark Rock King berated. "Little bird, you're dead for sure." Chu Feng shouted. "Native, what are you saying? Say it again." The Dark Rock King stood there without getting angry. Instead, he was quite ostentatious. He placed one hand beside his ear as if he was listening attentively and wore an indifferent smile on his face. The toad was hiding at the back. Even he felt enraged after seeing this scene. The other party was too arrogant and acted as if he was going to eat them up. He actually wanted Chu Feng to repeat himself. "I'm saying, little bird, you're dead for sure." Chu Feng spoke. The Dark Rock King dug his ear with a finger and said in a sloppy manner, "Idiot, I originally wanted to give you a chance to pretend I didn't hear you, but you actually dared to repeat yourself. Tell me, I don't want to die." His attitude was careless, and his hand was still at his ear. He didn't take Chu Feng seriously at all. At this time, Chu Feng moved. He arrived in front of the Dark Rock King with an inconceivable speed, breaking through 7 times the speed of sound. With a boom, the air in the area he passed through exploded like clouds. It was as if lightning had fallen from the 9 heavens and smashed onto the peak of Mount Song. He was simply too fast. He arrived before the Dark Rock King like a bolt of lightning and smashed down with his right palm. Pow! The Rock King was still picking his ear in a sloppy manner and glancing sideways at Chu Feng in an extremely disdainful manner. In the end, Chu Feng arrived just like that and swung his palm at his ear. With a bang, the Rock King, clad in black golden armor, was struck solidly. The force of that slap was so great that he was sent flying. He crashed into a distant boulder with a loud bang, causing the 10-meter-tall boulder to explode while he fell there. Chu Feng didn't chase after him. Instead, he was calm and unruffled amidst the chaos. He tidied his collar and rolled up his sleeves as he looked down at the Rock King. The Dark Rock King had suffered too much this time. Just now, he was still as calm as the clouds and wind, looking down on a subordinate. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped to the ground by the person he was looking down on. The scene was simply too beautiful to look at. After the boulder exploded, the Rock King even smashed a large hole in the ground. The left ear he was picking just now was bleeding, and there were traces of dark red blood flowing out from his nose. The Toad saw everything clearly from the back and was dumbfounded. The Dark Rock King just now was simply too stylish. He was arrogant, cold, and untamed, looking down at Chu Feng like a demonic god. In the end, he was slapped to the ground just as he was picking his ear. All demonic god temperament was gone. Well done. How delightful. Who told you to pretend? The Toad clapped in delight. Roar. With a roar, the Dark Rock King directly soared into the air. All sorts of giant boulders, tens of thousands of kilograms, appeared around him and left the ground. Additionally, the 1,000-year-old trees in the surroundings were uprooted. There was even a majestic temple behind him that directly exploded. The ground cracked, and the giant boulders floated in the air. The Rock King's energy overflowed with earth-shattering black light that seemed to distort the entire space. Mount Song was trembling. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Was the Rock King really going to be killed? Was Chu Feng going to kill the Rock King? With a rumble, the Dark Rock King swooped down amidst a miserable radiance. Energy fluctuations covered the sky and earth as he blasted towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained unmoved. He used the black and white grinding stone to fight the enemy. This was the first time he had used it in battle, and he frantically absorbed the enemy's incoming energy. One could see a vortex of energy appearing in front of him. The grinding stone was rotating within his body, absorbing the energy particles. Then it began to crush and disintegrate everything, leaving behind only a portion of its essence. The Dark Rock King's furious attack was disintegrated just like that. He just happened to arrive in front of Chu Feng. The energy he had blasted out was first absorbed by Chu Feng's grinding stone and then crushed apart. His body was now wide open. Chu Feng was indeed using a trick, but it was fairly effective. At this moment, he was fairly tyrannical and powerful. Just as before, he slapped the Dark Rock King's ear. Bang! The Dark Rock King's momentum was torrential, and his killing intent surged into the skies. He swooped down just like that, but in the end, he suffered a heavy blow. He crashed into the ground with a bang and rolled away. This time, the blow he suffered was even more severe. Blood flowed out from his nose and ears as he smashed into the ground, sending rocks and soil flying into the sky. This scene is too beautiful. The Toad cried out. Just now, the Dark Rock King was quite powerful. His attack stance was also quite graceful, but the final outcome was too tragic to look at. The Dark Rock King was furious. Black energy surged around him and black light distorted the void. He stood up with explosive energy all over his body. Chu Feng said, "There's a pung on Mount Song. A pung is so big that it can't be stewed in a single pot. I need 2 roasting racks." He spoke eloquently as he looked down at the Dark Rock King. The two's attitudes had completely switched. Roar. The Dark Rock King's roar shook the heaven and earth. The foreshadowing from the previous chapter was a bit long. Very well, let's hear the opinions. The monthly votes are doubled now. If everyone has a vote, please vote for the Holy Ground. Please vote for the next monthly vote. Chapter 371. The Dark Rock King arched his body, and his eyes were filled with a wild radiance. His Adam's apple moved as he let out a bestial roar. His entire being was suffused with surging, killing intent. An energy field formed around him. Giant rocks floated in the air, and even the temples behind him were uprooted one after the other. He had never been so humiliated. He had actually been slapped twice in the left ear and knocked to the ground. This was a great humiliation, especially when this person was a native he looked down upon. He was the descendant of a group of losers from a planet that had declined for countless years. Boom! The Dark Rock King arched his body like a compressed spring and scuttled out. His entire body was suffused with black energy, and a great explosion ensued. The entire Mount Song was trembling. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a divine mountain with domain runes within, the summit would have definitely fallen. His right hand spread open with a metallic feeling. It was as if a divine bird had opened its claws and clawed at Chu Feng's head. The speed was simply too fast. There was radioactive energy between his fingers, as if there was nuclear energy permeating the air. A small mushroom cloud rose up and was filled with an aura of death. This scene was extremely terrifying. Behind him, even the toad was shocked out of his wits. He shrunk his neck and retreated. Chu Feng's pupils constricted. He was also quite astonished. This extraterrestrial's control over energy had reached an astonishing level. He could actually produce a small mushroom cloud like this. It was too fast and didn't allow him much time to think. It was as if a bolt of black lightning had struck him. His vision blurred as the enemy arrived in front of him. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to react at all and would have their skulls torn open by the rock. This inconceivably fast was his innate ability. Chu Feng raised his fist. He wasn't the slightest bit careless against this extraterrestrial and immediately used the demon ox fist. Waves of thunder rang out, and the sound of a wild ox scuttled out from his fist. With a bang, a small mushroom cloud appeared between their claws and fists. It was terrifyingly black, and it directly exploded there. Behind the Dark Rock King, the giant rocks hovering in the air along with him, as well as the towering ancient temples, had all disintegrated with a loud rumble. Chu Feng felt a burning pain in his fist. This devil bird was indeed extraordinary. It was very clever in its use of energy and could be said to be very skillful. He immediately understood why the extraterrestrial life forms were so terrifying. They had systematic inheritances, ancient sects, and their own secret techniques. Although his evolution was rapid, he had never systematically learned that kind of secret. He had a breathing technique, but he had never joined a sect, so it was difficult for him to master many skills. The Dark Rock King's fingers were also in great pain. He revealed an astonished expression. The native in his eyes, the descendant of a declining race he looked down upon, was actually this powerful. With a swoosh, he retreated dozens of meters away like a bolt of black lightning, swift and fierce. The Dark Rock King's figure was tall and straight. His black hair danced in the wind, and his handsome face was almost pale. His eyes were deep and untamed. I underestimated you. Earlier, he had heard that Chu Feng was a cripple, but he had been careless. Because of that, he had been slapped in the ear. This kind of humiliation caused his eyes to turn cold. No one has ever slapped me in the face. I swear I'm not a rock if I don't kill you. He swore. Black light gushed out from his pores and formed a pair of divine wings on his back. He floated in the air and emitted terrifying energy. He tore open the ground, and black cracks appeared one after another on the mountaintop. Each of them was a foot wide. Even the void was distorted by the black light. It seemed as if it was about to collapse from the energy he was emitting. The Dark Rock King swooped down and stomped down from high in the air. He looked powerful and terrifying. It was unimaginable when that kind of energy was released. Black spider lilies bloomed one after another beneath his feet. That was the embodiment of extreme proficiency in the use of energy. It could actually transform into flowers. Chu Feng's expression froze. He had never thought about condensing energy into such a form. What was the meaning behind it? The next moment, he finally experienced the effect of the black spider lilies blooming as the rock flew through the air. The petals exploded. That was the release of a type of energy form. It allowed him to hear the sound of death and the surging of the yellow springs. Was this a misconception? Chu Feng was astonished. Energy could actually be circulated like this? He actually thought of many things at such a critical juncture. According to legends, the spider lilies were related to life and death. They were connected to the land of Yin and Yang, but he had never paid much attention to them. Now, it seemed that it was related to cultivation and the circulation of energy. When energy was compressed to such a state, it could actually produce a bizarre power. It was extremely bizarre. Chu Feng let out a low roar and displayed the Xingyi 12 true forms. At the same time, he integrated the Demon Flood Dragon Fists and Demon Ox Fists into them, making the true forms even more complete. Clang! A long and drawn-out bell rang out. A large bell appeared around his body and enveloped him. This was a secret art he had been experimenting with. There were several animal true forms on the bell, as well as a primal chaos mist. The spider lilies exploded with a destructive aura, destroying the earth and distorting the void. It was as if he had really heard the song of the dead. It was simply too mysterious. However, the power formed by the blooming petals was blocked by the large bell and couldn't touch Chu Feng. At almost the same time, Chu Feng brandished his fist and launched a counterattack. Moreover, he also tried to condense some bizarre petals. For instance, he was visualizing a lotus. That was because this was a holy flower in legends. The Taoists used it to reconstruct their Dharma bodies, while the Buddhists planted golden lotuses everywhere. A silver lotus appeared in the air, but it directly exploded before it could take form. It was like a bubble and couldn't materialize in reality. Chu Feng was shaken. It was actually quite difficult to condense energy in such a manner. Native, your technique is too crude. Even if you've grasped a couple of inheritances, you haven't studied them systematically. You're far inferior to me. Compared to us, your evolved civilization is like a barbarian tribe meeting a heavenly kingdom high up in the sky. The Dark Rock King sneered with a disdainful expression. Swoosh! He was still in the air with a reed under his feet. Apparently, it was formed from energy as it tore through the sky and charged straight at Chu Feng. This was quite bizarre. Could this even be considered an attack? Chu Feng was bewildered. Today, he finally had a certain understanding of extraterrestrial life forms. The energy reed was connected to the Dark Rock King's feet and all the energy in his body. It was like a fuse that was about to ignite a hidden sea of energy. Chu Feng had heard of a legend about Bodhidharma crossing the river on a reed. He became vigilant. This so-called legend hid the truth. This was a utilization of energy. As expected, that reed drifted over and was immediately incinerated upon coming into contact with Chu Feng. Then, the Dark Rock King's feet erupted with dazzling radiance. It was like a volcano, but also like a vast ocean of energy erupting. His feet seemed capable of shattering the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers as they stomped toward the large bell outside Chu Feng's body. This was a necessary technique and the embodiment of a proficient understanding of various energy forms. Clang, clang, clang. The large bell rang out in a drawn-out manner. The sound still poured out despite the domain's obstruction and caused the ears of the people below the mountain to ring. The current Dark Rock King was too berserk. A sea of energy gushed out from his feet and collided with the large bell in a suicidal attack. Chu Feng's expression was cold. He suddenly lifted the large bell and struck it into the air, causing it to explode. Boom! The large bell was blasted apart. The Dark Rock King was in a sorry state. He spread his energy wings with a swoosh and rushed into the sky to evade the explosion. However, he was still affected. A piece of the energy bell struck his leg, causing blood to splatter out. He didn't mind it at all. He wiped it lightly with his hand, and the wound on his leg healed on its own. He looked down at Chu Feng from the air and said, as expected of a barbarian style, There's no technique at all, and your control of energy is too low. You're simply a barbarian from a primitive tribe." He sneered with a disdainful expression. Such an opponent was the easiest to deal with. He had decided to torture him to death. He believed that such a person was far from being his match, even if their energy levels were close. "Come, let this seat teach you how to condense a lotus. The might of this energy form is indeed grand and extraordinary." The Dark Rock King laughed. A snow-white lotus appeared in his hand. It was formed from energy and emerged from his fingertips. It illuminated the entire sky and emitted a holy aura. "Kill!" the Dark Rock King roared. He waved the lotus in his hand and whipped it toward Chu Feng. "Moo!" A yak cry rang out as Chu Feng activated the Demon Ox Fist. This time, he directly used his true form. He suspected that the so-called most powerful true form was an application of energy forms. A black primordial yak seemed to be stepping on the stars and the cosmos. It traversed the starry skies and charged forward in a barbaric manner. Boom! It swallowed the lotus in one gulp and caused a huge explosion. The Dark Rock King was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, as expected of a barbarian, "This is a typical example of an ox chewing on a peony." Following which, he said, "There are thousands of techniques, but you don't understand a single one. You were merely fortunate enough to obtain a few inheritances. Come, come, come. This king will teach you how to use various forms of energy and hack you into pieces." Within a split second, the sky was filled with falling petals. They were all divine petals, which then turned into an incomparably dense rain of energy that corroded one's body and soul. Chu Feng frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a fighting style. He felt that something wasn't quite right, and suspected that the other party was misleading him. At the same time, he sighed emotionally. It would be great if he could charge into the outer planets for a period of time and join a certain sect to learn some systematic methods of energy utilization. He felt that was only a thin layer of window paper. Once it was broken and understood, he would be thoroughly enlightened. There wouldn't be any problems if he encountered such an opponent again. "Come, I'll teach you the charm of a smiling deity picking up a flower." The Dark Rock King was leisurely and content. He felt that this kind of battle was quite easy. He stood in the air and released his energy forms continuously. A sparkling and translucent energy flower appeared in his hand. It bloomed there and then swayed gently as he tossed it toward Chu Feng. "Are you a female? You only know how to play with flowers and grass. Come, this grandpa will use brute force to teach you a lesson. I'll beat you up." Chu Feng was furious. At first, he wanted to exchange pointers and understand the extraterrestrials' methods. But now, he was no longer in a mood. He decided to use all methods at his disposal to kill the other party first. Chi! A resplendent beam of sword light rushed up amidst dazzling scarlet radiance as it slashed at the Rock King in the air. Woof! 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 A series of dog barks reverberated through the mountain peak. The Dark Rock King was stunned for a moment because he thought a vicious dog was charging at him. Clang! 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 Sword cries shook the sky as Chu Feng used his spiritual arts to control the flying sword. He slashed horizontally and vertically at the Dark Rock King and unleashed the most powerful attack. Rock King subduing Dragon Slash. The Dark Rock King shouted. In the blink of an eye, countless black feathers formed from energy appeared. They transformed into sword radiance and ambushed the flying sword in an attempt to entangle it. At the same time, he swooped down toward Chu Feng and condensed various energy forms, such as spider lilies, reeds, and divine lotuses in a bid to kill him. Chu Feng raised his head and shouted, "Since you say my attacks are barbaric, then I'll be barbaric to the end and crush you." The little grinding stone in his body rotated and crushed all kinds of energy. He himself also evaded many of the energy petals and soared into the air. He rushed over 1,000 meters into the air and directly came into contact with the other party's physical body. "You're courting death to fight me, the Rock King, in terms of physical strength." The Rock King sneered and unleashed punches and kicks in a continuous barrage of attacks. His physical body was quite powerful, but his expression changed immediately. Chu Feng's fist seals were terrifying and shook his arm until it was numb. After a series of collisions, the energy between the two flared up. In the end, Chu Feng landed back on the ground with a swoosh and beckoned the Rock King to come again. The Dark Rock King sneered and swooped down for the kill. However, there were all kinds of densely packed energy forms around him. He wanted to end the battle immediately because he didn't want to waste any more time. Golden lotuses in the air, boundless spider lilies. At this time, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly opened. Two beams of resplendent golden light shot out and tore apart the various energy forms in the air. This was the ability he had obtained after severing his sixth shackle, following which he let out a long whistle and spat out blazing golden energy from his mouth. He hacked continuously and detonated all the energy forms, even cutting off the Dark Rock King's luminous wings. Boom! Chu Feng reached 7 times the speed of sound and broke through the sound barrier in the blink of an eye. The air exploded as he arrived in front of the dark underworld Demon King. He immediately entangled him in close combat and prevented him from rising into the air. Thump! Thump! The Dark Rock King was astonished. The current Chu Feng's physical strength wasn't just one level stronger than before. It was simply abnormal. The shock caused his blood and qi to churn, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Now that he was entangled, all his techniques were rendered ineffective. Thump! Chu Feng's fist smashed into his face. Fresh blood sprayed out, and energy blossomed, distorting his entire face. Swoosh! The Dark Rock King wanted to rush into the sky and increase the distance between them, but Chu Feng grabbed his ankle and dragged him down. He then smashed him into the ground like a scarecrow. Boom! The ground split open and sent rocks and soil flying in all directions. The Dark Rock King was furious. The surrounding area was filled with black energy feathers which slashed at Chu Feng. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Feng opened his mouth and spat out golden energy which swept through the air and blasted the black energy feathers apart. Chi! Chi! Following which, his eyes lit up. His fiery eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light, which pierced through the Rock King's body. Let me teach you what a savage power is. Chu Feng rushed over and smashed out with fist after fist, causing the Rock King to tremble. In the end, his arms went numb and almost broke. Thump! 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 Following which, the Rock King's face was punched repeatedly and sent flying. Afterward, he fell into the air. Chu Feng followed up with a single step and stomped on the Rock King's body, causing it to fall to the ground. Puffed! The Dark Rock King spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 372. The Dark Rock King was stomped on the ground. His mouth and nose were stained with dark red blood. He looked quite miserable, and his whole body was in pain. His face had been punched repeatedly just now and was almost deformed. Especially now, he was being stepped on and looked down upon by Chu Feng. This was a type of humiliation for the proud rock race. He had traversed through the starry skies and was full of expectations for this once glorious but now completely declined planet. That was because he knew there was something beneath this land that could shake the starry seas. But he had never imagined that he would be beaten up as soon as he arrived. Moreover, this wasn't someone from the other star regions, but a native. The latter had stepped on him and looked down at him from above to give him a beating. He had long since understood that the powerful races on this planet had all been slaughtered. Even their bloodlines had been severed, leaving behind only impure descendants. As he saw it, this planet had been completely crippled. It was impossible for powerful evolved beings to appear after so many years of withering. But now, he was being beaten up by someone. This was difficult for him to accept. He was a young genius who had traveled millions of kilometers just to be beaten up by a native. This was too ridiculous. Thump! A foot landed on his chest and caused him great pain. 2 of his bones were broken with creaking sounds. One could imagine how powerful the other party's foot was. One had to know that he was a rock with a rare bloodline and extremely powerful physical body. Ordinary evolved beings simply couldn't do anything to him. Say something. How about a barbaric combat technique? I believe it's simple and direct. It's much better than your gaudy tricks, said Chu Feng. The Dark Rock King glared at him furiously. He struggled violently to free himself from the foot and was about to rush into the sky. However, what awaited him was a punch. Chu Feng had clearly done this on purpose. He let him go and waited for him to soar into the air before throwing a punch at his body. With a bang, the Dark Rock King was once again sent flying with blood flowing from all 7 of his orifices. At the same time, Chu Feng followed up at 7 times the speed of sound and blasted him once more in the air. It was as if he was about to explode. At this time, the Dark Rock King suddenly let out a crazy howl. His voice was ear-piercing and gave Chu Feng a splitting headache. In that instant, the entire world was filled with black ripples. That was a terrifying sound wave. This was an extremely terrifying battle technique. Seeing that he was about to be killed, the Dark Rock King went berserk and resorted to all means. He let out ghostly wails and wolf howls. This was the soaring rock technique that wreaked havoc on the summit of Mount Song. In that instant, the air exploded, heaven and earth becoming indistinct, this space becoming unstable. If an ordinary person was here, they would definitely explode and be torn into pieces, because this kind of sound wave technique was too terrifying. It could be seen that the boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms and the cliff wall had all collapsed, directly turning into powder. Even the domain runes within the 1,000-year-old temple behind the Dark Rock King had been blasted apart and turned to dust. The entire mountaintop was in a mess with all kinds of buildings destroyed. The energy ripples of the black sound waves swept over like sword light, causing intense pain to Chu Feng's skin. Blood seeped out. If he had not circulated his energy to defend himself, his body would have been torn apart. A flood dragon roar rang out as Chu Feng used the Demon Flood Dragon sound wave technique to resist the other party. At the same time, he condensed a fist seal and smashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the two sounds intertwined and the 2 types of ripples collided. The void rumbled and the air was blasted apart, followed by a gray misty substance. Boom! The Dark Rock King rushed over in a bid to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng was indifferent. A draconic roar rang out from his mouth as 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the Rock King's body. However, something bizarre happened. The Dark Rock King's blood didn't fall to the ground after splattering out. Instead, it condensed into chains that wrapped around Chu Feng. Dragon Binding Technique. The Dark Rock King's unique black blood turned into dark golden chains amidst ripping sounds. It locked onto Chu Feng and was about to imprison him. At this time, the 2 had stopped using sound waves. Native, I still want to say that your technique is too crude. It's far from enough. The Dark Rock King sneered. At the same time, his true wings appeared. They shone with a black luster and blocked in front of him. He erupted with energy to resist the golden light shooting out from Chu Feng's eyes. Die! He let out a short shout. The chains formed of blood suddenly tightened in a bid to snap Chu Feng alive. What technique is this? It's too weak. Chu Feng let out a soft roar and struggled violently. All the chains on his body were blasted apart and completely broken. At the same time, he stretched out his limbs and smashed his fist into the Dark Rock King's face. Apparently, some bones had been broken. Boom! Chu Feng kicked the Dark Rock King flying. He then pounced over and unleashed a series of heavy blows. The Dark Rock King was almost beaten senseless during this short period of time. Those were chains formed from his energy and some true blood. How could they be torn apart just like that? One had to know that there were strands of true rock blood within. It was where the essence of his blood lay. If the current rock's bloodline had returned to its ancestral state, it would undoubtedly be on the same level as a divine beast. It was a type of primordial divine bird, and just one of them was enough to destroy an entire planet. However, there weren't many pure-blooded rocks in the entire cosmos. The Dark Rock King was naturally a descendant of the ancestral rock. Even his feathers were black, a clear indication that his blood wasn't pure. In any case, he had long since evolved some rock blood. However, this true blood mixed with energy wasn't able to trap Chu Feng. Roar! He let out a long, sharp cry and immediately transformed into his true form. His body immediately became majestic and terrifying, enough to crush a mountain peak. Chu Feng wasn't afraid at all. He opened his mouth and spat out metallic sword intent. In the blink of an eye, dozens of terrifying bloody scars appeared on the gigantic creature's body. One of the snow-white gunmetal sword chi almost severed its neck. Swoosh! The Dark Rock King's body rapidly shrunk to a length of 3 meters. He spread his wings and extended his claws as he pounced towards Chu Feng. This was his true form and the innate ability he could use. That pair of claws was indeed terrifying and terrifyingly sharp. Woof, woof, woof! Chu Feng shot out his flying knife and began to slice at the claws. It was as if he was letting a dog bite a bird. Boom! The Dark Rock King's wings slashed over. They were even more terrifying than a heavenly blade and shockingly sharp. Black light erupted from them. Bang! In the end, Chu Feng blocked it with a single punch. Puffed! Chu Feng opened his mouth and spat out a snow-white metallic sword intent. It pierced several bloody holes on the Dark Rock King's body and immediately drenched him in blood. The Dark Rock King let out a long howl. The pain was unbearable and, at the same time, wanted to use sound waves. But this time, Chu Feng didn't give him the chance. The distance between the two was so close. He immediately attacked violently, condensing the true forms of the Demon Ox and Demon Flood Dragon fists as he blasted toward the Rock King's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Next, Chu Feng came into close contact with the Rock King. This was simply a violent beating. Punch after punch landed on the Rock King's body, sending feathers flying everywhere. Following which, the sound of bones snapping could be heard. Chu Feng was currently in a berserk state. He didn't give the Rock King any chance and wanted nothing more than to kill immediately. However, this Rock King's physical body was indeed quite powerful. Many of its bones were broken, its wings were drooping, and its claws were twisted and deformed. However, it was still emitting powerful energy. Of course, the reason it was still alive was because Chu Feng had shown mercy. Although he wanted to kill it, he also wanted to fish out some valuable information from its mouth. For instance, the utilization of energy. This was a technique Chu Feng really wanted to obtain. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Feng grabbed the Rock King and beat it violently. The Rock King's chest caved in, and its wings were broken into several pieces. With a crack, a section of its beak was shaved off by Chu Feng's metallic sword intent. The Dark Rock King cried out miserably. It was simply too painful. This was a type of inhumane torture. It had never imagined it would be beaten up like this. Bang! Chu Feng's last few punches landed. The Dark Rock King's body was fractured in dozens of places, and it was completely paralyzed on the ground. How's my technique? This is the beauty of barbaric violence. Chu Feng ridiculed the Rock King. He was quite unhappy with this Rock King for being too arrogant. Earlier on, it had looked down on him and even called him a native. It spoke as though it were a high and mighty god. Serves you right. Serves you right. Are you going to continue being cocky? The toad rushed over and shouted, "The arrogant dragon regrets." Bang! He directly delivered a toad slap to the Dark Rock King, sending him flying and rolling on the ground. The Dark Rock King was lying in the distance. He was so angry that he almost fainted. What did he just see? A toad actually dared to make a move on him. Chu Feng glared at him and said, "Be careful. I've already beaten him to a pulp. If you keep tormenting him like this, the meat will go bad. We can't eat meat that's too rotten. Rotten meat can be cooked into porridge." The toad cried out savagely. On the ground, the Dark Rock King almost spat out blood. It was just a disgusting bug, yet the toad wanted to eat it? The toad raised its head and shot a glance at the Dark Rock King. "What are you looking at? This grandpa is a divine beast with a more noble bloodline than you. A mixed-blood bird like you is nothing before me." The Dark Rock King immediately coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He felt that this was truly a case of a rock being bullied by a toad. God damn it, even a toad dared to speak to him in such a manner. He simply couldn't accept it. "Stop glaring. You're really inferior to this toad," Chu Feng said. The Dark Rock King simply couldn't stand this kind of provocation. He simply spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Wake up." After an unknown period of time, a call reached the Dark Rock King's ears. He immediately let out a furious roar the moment he opened his eyes. That was because most of the feathers on his body had disappeared and he was in great pain. A toad was currently plucking his feathers with great effort. "You?" The Dark Rock King felt his vision darken and almost fainted from anger. A proud rock had actually been dealt with by a toad in such a manner. He really wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. At the same time, he saw Chu Feng, the old ape, and the people he had imprisoned being released from the back mountain. "Dad, Mom, you guys go wash up and get some rest to calm down. We'll have a feast later." Chu Feng was talking to his parents. The old ape's expression was complicated and incomparably emotional. He had never imagined that Chu Feng would be so heaven-defying. He had beaten the Dark Rock King into a half-cripple. This was simply unimaginable. Chu Ziyuan and Wang Jing were disheveled and dirty. They would have been in danger if they weren't mutants after being imprisoned for such a long time. After seeing Chu Feng, they were full of smiles despite their suffering. Their son was so powerful, defeating the extraterrestrials and saving them. The two were both happy and gratified. "Speak. You know what I want from you." Chu Feng interrogated the Rock King. "Bah, don't even think about getting anything. I won't speak even if I die." The Dark Rock King was still untamed. He glared at Chu Feng and I didn't cooperate at all. "Then there's nothing to say." Chu Feng turned around and said to the little apes, "One pot isn't enough. Prepare 2 more barbecue racks." "You dare." The Dark Rock King was furious, following which he cried out miserably. That was because the toad was plucking his feathers with increasing ferocity. With a swoosh, all the black feathers on his body were gone. "Is this really a rock? Why does it look like a featherless rooster to me?" The toad was suspicious. Boom! The rock roared furiously. He revealed his true form and immediately filled the entire mountaintop. He was almost 800 meters long and was simply too large. This caused the group of apes to jump up and down. "He's so big, we can't finish him." The toad was flabbergasted. Not far away, a pot of water was boiling and 2 barbecue racks had also been brought over. Chu Feng said, "Yes, this is the first extraterrestrial I've caught, and it's a rock at that. It's not bad if I can make it submit and follow me. It's a good omen that even extraterrestrials recognize me as their big brother." His bad taste had surfaced. "You're delusional," the rock rebuked coldly. Chu Feng's expression immediately collapsed. He cried out, "Roast it for me. Cumin-flavored, spicy-flavored, I want them all." "Actually, stewed ones taste even better," the toad said. This was simply too savage. The group of apes was gritting their teeth. This was a rock that had once suppressed Mount Song and captured all of them. But now, it was about to become Demon King Chu's food. "If you don't submit, then you can die. I'll eat you slowly," Chu Feng said as he gave the Dark Rock King a final ultimatum. No one knew how many people were waiting at the foot of the mountain. No one knew what was going on Mount Song. They had heard some activity before, but it wasn't very clear and was only faintly discernible. That was because the domains on the mountain had isolated everything. There's no need to think too much. Chu Feng won't be able to live. He wants to fight a rock. He's probably been tortured to death. Yes, even if he's lucky enough to survive, that demonic bird must have left him alive to torture him. At this time, evolvers from all over the world were waiting for news. So much so that a large number of people from all over the world were watching the live broadcast. Unfortunately, the cameras on the mountain couldn't capture the situation within the domains. Is there a need to say more? Chu Feng overestimates himself and is dead for sure. Who else can save him apart from our origin, magnetic immortal cave? It just so happens that he doesn't know what's good for him and isn't willing to join us. Someone from the North Pole shook his head with an indifferent smile. Princess Lin, there's no meaning in making a bet with him. He's only a dead man, someone else said. At this time, the people watching the live broadcast cried out in alarm. That was because a figure had appeared in the forest before the camera. Someone had walked out from the domains. At the same time, some brave people climbed the mountain and were astonished. That was because they could smell an indescribable fragrance. It was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. The fragrance of meat assaulted their nostrils and made them drool. Oh God, so people had an odd thought. Could it be that this person really impossible? I'm guessing Chu Feng must have been roasted by that Rock King. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.